the Book of Enoch, which was one of the original biblical texts that wasn't included in the canon, but just because of a few rabbis decided it didn't jive with the Torah. And they found the Book of Enoch along with the Book of Isaiah as a part of the Dead Sea Scrolls. And when you find out that there was a biblical text that was contemporary to books that did make it into the Old Testament, and that they talk about the Watchers who come from above and mate with humans and create this race Nephilim who destroy everything and consume everything, and you're like, what the fuck is this? Like, what is this? And just stop and imagine if those rabbis hadn't if that hadn't been excluded. Like, Wesley Huff is great talking about this stuff. He's a real historian when it comes to, really understanding the history of these biblical texts, and and he's absolutely fascinated by it. And he's like, yeah, it's kind of crazy that they just decided to not put that in the Bible. Imagine if they did. And part of when you're going to church and they're going over the Old Testament, like, okay, this week we're going to go over the Book of Enoch, and we're going to figure out who the Watchers are. Like, what is that? Like, what is that story? The crazy thing that Wes Huff told me was that the Book of Isaiah that they found in the Dead Sea Scroll predates the oldest version of the Book of Isaiah by more than 1,000 years.
Whoa.
When they found it, they found out that there was a Book of Isaiah that is 1,000 years older than the one they thought was the oldest one, and it is verbatim. It's verbatim from the one that's 1,000 years later.
Wow.
Which is kind of crazy.
Wow.
But then it's also in the same fucking caves as the Book of Enoch. It's all together there in the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Amazing. I mean, we've been fed this story that sort of all of these religions and myths from the past are all just false.
Right.
They're all just hallucinations.
Right.
They're all just lies.
I don't believe that.
It's just really, it's really arrogant, actually. Like, it's like, well, no, now, like, we've been around for, humans have been around for, like, millions of years, but the last 150 years, it's like we really figured it all out. And we figured out that all human knowledge before, whatever, some recent time period is nonsense. Yeah, I think that's quite arrogant.
It's very arrogant, but I'm a believer that history is far older than we think it is. And I think the more time goes on, the more that gets revealed. So when you're talking about something that's 4,000 or 5,000 years old, I think really you're talking about a retelling of a far older story. And I think it's very difficult when you're dealing with people that don't have an understanding of science. The written language is fairly new. It's an oral tradition for generations before it's ever written down. So my question with all of this is always like, what were they trying to talk about? What were they trying to say? What was the original experience that someone documented in story? And then that story was relayed over and over and over again, generation after generation, until it's eventually written down, and then they study it and take it literally. And then also translating it from Aramaic, which is the Dead Sea Scrolls, ancient Hebrew, all these different languages, to Latin and Greek and eventually English. Like, but what's the original story? Like, what are they trying to document? What is this important knowledge that they want to share? And how screwed up would that get over the generations and generations of talking about it? But what ultimate truth is in there? Like, I'm absolutely fascinated by the story of Jesus Christ. Because if you wanted to come up with a way that people would live that would absolutely be far more beneficial than just going on natural instincts and tribal behavior, and you would follow Jesus's teachings. Like, I can't find a flaw in the way he tells you to live life. There's a lot of religions that involve torturing non-believers and raping infidels and being able to do terrible things to the people that don't believe your religion. There's none of that in Christianity. It's all forgiveness. It's all treating your brother and your neighbor as if they're you. Like, it's a beautiful way to live life.
Are you Christian?
Well, I go to church, and I have been for quite a while.
Okay, so
I've been doing it for the last 3 or 4 years.
But that's not really an answer to the question.
Well, because I don't know. I think it's very interesting, and I do believe that if you follow the teachings of Jesus Christ, you will live a better life. I really do believe that. And one of the things I talk about is like, the people that I go to church with are the most fucking polite people I've ever met in my life. They're so kind and so nice, and everybody lets you out of the parking lot. Everybody's like, you go, you go. It's like the one, like, it works. You know what I'm saying? Like, if people are trying to find an idea, does that mean I believe people came back from the dead? Does that mean I believe Moses parted the Red Sea? Not really. No, it seems like that's most likely a story where people are telling it generation after generation after generation, but there's probably something happening. There's probably some truth to it. Then when you take into account some of the stories from the Old Testament, like the book of Ezekiel, which I'm absolutely fascinated by. Book of Ezekiel and his account of the wheel within a wheel and the fire flashing forth continually, and in the midst of the fire, as it were, gleaming metal. Like, what the hell is that? Like, what is that? Like, what are these stories? And in the midst of this gleaming metal, there's the likeness of 4 living creatures. Like, okay, they darted to and fro like the appearance of a flash of lightning. Okay, what is that? Like, what were they trying to say? And what was the original experience that people documented that was so important?
And it might have been a lot more similar to these UFO experiences.
That's the
point.
point.
We've been seeing. Yeah.
And I think this is one of the things that Tucker goes back to.
The Christian story is so beautiful and so important. You know, Rene Girard's view of Christianity as really stopping the cycle of scapegoating. You know, scapegoating where, and I'm seeing it right now as part of the reason we've been pushing back against the moral panic on Epstein, is that you scapegoat the thing. You know, traditionally it literally was a goat, but you scapegoat the person or whatever.
Wait a minute, originally it was a goat?
It really was a goat, yeah. It really was a goat, yeah.
Yeah. Really? How's
and it would carry the sins of the community.
Oh, you sacrifice the goat?
I think you would send it away to die or something.
Oh.
But over time it became
that's what
people.
A scapegoat was?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. And then
it's always a goat.
But generally
goats are the devil. Goats are everything.
Oh,
goats get a bad rap.
Goats are in your lobby, aren't they? Or those are elk. No,
in
your
those
lobby.
Are elk.
Okay.
No, there's a big difference.
Yeah, but I mean, so Christianity puts an end to that. It says stop scapegoating. I mean, they scapegoated Jesus, really. I mean, you kind of go, you scapegoat the purpose of the scapegoating was for the community to unite the community. And scapegoat to put all of its sins on one thing and then kill it or get rid of it, and that was the way the community would restore unity. Christianity said, no, we're not going to do it that way. That's immoral. And so, you know, he without sin should be the first to cast a stone. Jesus wasn't saying that prostitution was good or anything. He was saying that we should not be scapegoating. You know, you've got sins too, so don't scapegoat this person. That's a really radical moment in human history, and it really is what allowed humans to spread. It creates a universal. I mean, Christianity is the first universal. It's really a universal religion. Maybe it's not the only, but it's a universal religion. It says everybody, you know, is a child of God, and it's evangelical, and it wants other people to become Christian. That's different from other religions where we're like, this is my God, I've got my own God here, and we're the best, and you suck, and
they make it very difficult to join.
Yeah, and it's not to say that Christians, you know, obviously there was, you know, fighting the Muslims, and there's some interesting revisionism there, but it's a beautiful religion.
There's terrible things that have been done under the guise of Christianity, but if you listen to the teachings of Jesus Christ, they're not following his teachings. So it's like, it's just human behavior that they have tagged on to Christianity. So when people say Christianity is responsible for horrible atrocities, I say no. I say humans are. Because if it was actually Christianity, you would be following the teachings of Christ, and there would be none of those things.
I mean, anti-Semitism is not Christian.
Right.
So true Christianity is not that. So I think it's lovely, and I hope there's a revival of some of it. I'm not sure there is.
I think there is more now than before. There's a lot of young people that are getting into Christianity.
I think it's good to. I think it's also. I mean, it's interesting with we were talking about the UFO thing. It's an awareness that there's a higher power. So one can sort of say, look, the UFO thing, it's not the same as Christianity or whatever. But this awareness that, like, we're not, like, there's something else going on. There's something more. There's something higher than us, and that we should be humble in the face of this just gigantic mystery. I think that puts us in a better mentality.
It certainly does. And if anything, if he's not the Son of God, if this was an actual historical figure, what an insanely wise human being. who didn't have these thoughts that are inherent to all of us of vengeance and lust and greed. Has none of these.
So radical. Also, you've heard it said before that you should, love your friends and hate your enemies. I say to you, you should love your enemies. I mean, that's just, it's like the hardest. I'm not there. I think very few people are there, but it's certainly the right aspiration, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the right aspiration. And Tucker thinks that this whole UFO thing is somehow connected to the spiritual realm.
Kayak told me when to book to get a great rental car deal. Guess we can stop scrolling for travel advice.
Who's at the door?
Now, to say that we were, and I've heard some wild theories, like people think that,
Welcome to the Saphira Center of Shamanism.
I'll tell you a secret. Something they don't teach you in your temple. The gods envy us. They envy us because we are mortal, because every moment could be our last. Everything is more beautiful because we are doomed. And you will never be more lovely. I can't remember the rest of the quote. This will become more relevant later on in the video, right? And also, later on, this video might mess up with your head a bit. It's one of those ones, okay? The year is 1990. You probably weren't born yet. I wasn't born in 1990. But bear with me. You're watching Star Trek. Jean-Luc Picard, the captain of the ship, is captured by the Borg. But they do not imprison him. They do not kill him. Later on, he turns up and addresses his crew. He says, I am Locutus of Borg. Resistance is futile. So who are the Borg? Well, the Borg are a transhuman race in the future that have integrated their minds with machines, willingly or not. They have lost all sense of self. There is no self. There is no sovereignty within the Borg. You have become the hive mind. Your mind is integrated with others. You are not lonely anymore because there is no loneliness. You are part of the Borg. There is no conflict amongst Borg members because you are all one hive mind. They have reached some kind of like globalist omega point. They are also immortal because even if your body dies and you are destroyed, your memories, your knowledge continues within the Borg hive mind. They also fly around in a giant black cube. Yeah, they fly around in a giant black cube. Now, it would be crazy, right? It would be insane if there was groups of powerful individuals today that believe that we should integrate our minds with machines in order to live forever. But not only that, but potentially integrate our minds into a hive mind so we all become one. That would be insane, right? But it would be even more crazy if these ideas came from ancient mystic belief systems that also contained symbolism similar to a black cube. And it would be crazy if they used this symbolism today. That would be insane, right? So to begin with, we have to talk about Adolf Hitler's favorite painting. Yes, we're going to talk about Hitler's favorite painting. Bear with me, okay? The Isle of the Dead. Now, this painting was very popular in the 1930s, especially within Germany. People would have this hanging up in their homes, which is very strange because it's such a dark painting. But what does this painting represent? Well, I don't really like explaining paintings to people. I like to leave that to your interpretation. But at the time, especially to someone like Adolf, this painting kind of represented the transportation to the afterlife. See, the Isle represents the stillness of the afterlife or death. And as you can see, the figure is being transported or ferried over to the Isle. But what's important about this painting is when you look at the figure, the white figure being transported towards the afterlife, the figure is not reluctantly being dragged there. It's not in chains. It's not looking back. The figure is looking forward and is embracing destiny, embracing the afterlife, embracing death. And that's kind of beautiful to me in a way. Even though it's kind of scary, it's beautiful. This acceptance of death. And you can see it echoes some kind of Greek mythology in some way or another, right? You can think of Charon or Charon, the transporter over the river Styx into the afterlife, right? And the antithesis of this, the absolute opposite of this embracing of death, would be Kronos. So within Greek mythology, you have the god Kronos. Now Kronos succeeded his father, Uranus, and he feared that the same thing would happen to him. In fact, he was told this would happen. His children would take over power, and he would lose his power. He was not happy about this. So what did he do? He devoured his children. He ate his children to stop this natural cycle, because that's what it is. Old people die and their children continue on living. That's the natural cycle of life. And he did not want to embrace this fate. But, of course, the plan backfired. He puked up his children, and then Zeus became the new top dog. And the cycle continued. Now, as you can tell, Kronos wanted to freeze time. He did not want the natural cycle. You could almost say he did not want to die. He wanted to remain in power forever. This is kind of like the boomer mindset. Would you not agree? This is the boomer mindset. We've got all these 80-year-old boomers that still want to hold on to power, and they still want to hold on to their wealth and fame. Anyway, that's kind of a critique of boomers. But when you look at this, you can see the contrast between the Isle of the Dead, this acceptance of fate, the acceptance of death, the afterlife, whereas Kronos would not accept this. Now here's where things get a little strange. Because Kronos, or Cronus, is represented by the planet Saturn. You know Saturn? Saturn is the planet with the rings around it. Now these rings around Saturn's orbit, they used to be moons, but they've been crushed and now they are rings. And Saturn is slowly consuming these rings. It is slowly consuming these moons into its gravitational pull. So you could say Saturn is eating its children. But it gets even stranger, because on the north pole of Saturn, a hexagon shape appears, the six-sided shape of the hexagon. And you could say, if you put a cube at a certain angle, it appears as a hexagon, a six-sided hexagon. Can you see this? So that's a bit weird. But also, Kronos is not the only god that is represented by Saturn. And it's not the only religion that uses the six-sided shape of the hexagon. Now, the black cube and the hexagon shape can be found in Jewish mystic traditions. The Kabbalah, yes, of course. You'll find Hasidic Jews with little black cubes on their head containing little pieces of the Torah. And also you'll find the hexagon shape is in the Star of David. Yes, this six-pointed star also contains the six-sided shape of the hexagon. Now what's really interesting about the Star of David is it has no link to King David whatsoever, really. Like, okay, some esoteric scholars might tell you otherwise, but in general, this is a Kabbalic symbol. And originally this was called the Seal of Solomon. Now the original Seal of Solomon looked different to this, but in medieval times this became the Seal of Solomon. And it's all a bit strange that you would use the Star of David or the Seal of Solomon as your symbol, because Solomon began worshipping Saturn, or entities that were represented by Saturn, like Baal. So that's a bit weird. But anyway, now we have to talk about the Jewish mystic idea of tikkun, or Ein Sof. Now you might be wondering where I'm going with this one, but you trust me, it all comes together in the end. The idea is simple. Everything was Ein Sof. Everything was God. We were a giant God blob entity. But God broke up a part of himself to create this physical universe that we are living in now. So this universe, our physical reality, is a broken up version of God, a fractured version of God. And that it is our responsibility to unify and repair, to cocoon this universe together. Because each person alive today contains the essence or divine spark of God within us, and that we must unify ourselves together into one hive mind entity almost, and repair and bring back Ein Sof, unity, infinite. Now, if you think about it, it does sound very similar to the Borg, right? It sounds very similar to the Borg hive mind. And this idea comes from Lurianic Kabbalah. But Lurianic Kabbalah has its roots in older mystic traditions and other mystic traditions that arose around the same time. Gnosticism, Hermeticism, they all have this similar idea of the divine spark and unification. Usually this unification is after death. We go back to source code after death. That's kind of the concept. We unify with God once we die. Now these mystic belief systems have been adopted or even hijacked by more modern techno-spiritual belief systems like transhumanism or even techno-Gnosticism, right? And they believe through the acceleration of technology that we could become like God in a way, living forever, immortal. But there's a big problem with this. This is where the video gets interesting, right? I'm sorry if it's been boring so far, but this is where we get into the funky ideas, okay? First of all, I want you to realize that if you connect your mind to a machine, or if you upload your consciousness to a black cube, by the way, all the super advanced computers, they are shaped like a black cube. Yeah, that's, of course they are, of course they are. Now, if you upload your mind to a black cube, you will not be content in staying within that black cube, would you? That would get very boring very quickly. You would want to connect that black cube to other people's black cubes, or to the internet or something like this. And then everyone will connect their minds to each other. And this will always result in their minds connecting together or morphing together into one hive mind, one way or another. So what you can say is, this idea of living forever within a machine, it always results in the hive mind. It always results in the Borg. No individuality, nothing like this. You are just one blob entity. Ein Soft, you are unity. So that's...
I have been summoned.
But imagine this. Imagine if we achieved this. We achieved immortality within a computer, within a black cube. Life would become very boring, very fast. Life without rest and purpose becomes very boring, very fast. And like I said at the start of this video, the gods are jealous of us because we are mortal. Because our life is doomed, it makes it beautiful. Right? We would become like wandering Jews. Do you know the folklore story of the wandering Jew? Okay, so there's a story about a Jew mocking Jesus, and then Jesus curses him with immortality until the second coming. And this Jew just wanders the world. He watches civilizations rise and fall, but he himself has no purpose in life. He just lives to wander. Immortality sucks. Maybe I should have used a better example. I should have stuck to Greek mythology. Tithonus. Tithonus was granted immortality by Zeus, but he forgot to ask for eternal youth. So he just became like this bag of old bones just living there forever, which kind of sucks as well. And in a way, that's more relatable to this story, because if we are immortal within the cube, we may as well just be a bag of bones without locked in our own minds in some way, right? It would suck. So, what would you do if you were locked in a black cube forever? You would want to relive the good old days when you were mortal. You would want to relive or recreate a reality where you are able to live as a mortal person, live and die, the natural cycle of life, like Saturn teaches us. That is what we should do. Now, this is where things get weird, right? Because I want you to imagine this. Imagine that this reality,
folds like a cross,
is a simulated reality. It's a simulation created by a previous universe that achieved the hive mind. It achieved Ein Sof. It achieved immortality within the cube, and it regrets its decision. So it has decided to simulate a new reality in order to relive mortality again. And that is the universe that we are living in right now. Okay? Now, this gets very strange.
Or is it a simulated reality and a simulated reality and a dream of a simulated reality?
Simulation theory is actually an evolution of Gnosticism. And within the Gnostic belief system, they believe that this is a false reality that we are living in, that was created by the false god, the demiurge. The demiurge created this reality. Now, I want you to think about the demiurge not as a false god, but as the hive mind of a previous universe that regretted its decision, Okay? Now it gets even stranger when you realize within the Gnostic belief system, usually the demiurge is represented by Saturn. And that we are living in a material matrix or a Saturn matrix. Yo. And when you consider within more modern day esoteric thoughts of Gnosticism, the black cube usually represents the soul trap that we are locked in, that we are locked within this physical reality, unable to escape into another realm, like a spiritual realm. We are locked within the machine, the cube. You could consider it like that. Think about it. Today, with computers, we are able to simulate realities, right? Think about video games. Video games are like a simulated reality. And we are locked within a video game. We are like Mario, unable to escape the game. That's kind of the idea. Now, of course, this is just a load of bullshit. This is I'm just having fun with you guys. But it is strange to think that we now have the technology now which kind of reflects the ideas of these 2,000-year-old traditions that very prominent people still believe today. Now, of course, we cannot talk about Saturn-worshipping transhumanists without talking about Jeffrey Epstein. Because Jeffrey Epstein was heavily invested in life extension through machines, and heavily invested in the idea of connecting our minds to machines in order to live forever. For example, the Epstein Foundation allegedly partially funded Peter Thiel's life extension projects. That's interesting. He was also well connected to prominent transhumanists around the world, including probably the #1 guy, Ray Kurzweil, the guy that popularized the idea of the singularity, that one day we will reach a singularity point where we connect our minds to machines. Now this raises the question, why was Jeffrey Epstein so invested and interested in the idea of life extension, or potentially even living forever within machines? Why did he want to do this? Well, let me ask you this. What sort of person wants to live forever in this physical reality? I would say it's someone that believes they're going to hell. Yeah, I like to think of it that way, right? If you think you're going to hell, you do not want to die, right? And if I was Jeffrey Epstein, I would be concerned about this prospect of the afterlife myself. Wouldn't you? I wouldn't want to die. So that's a fun way of thinking about it. But also, he was a worshipper of Saturn, because people that worship Saturn do not want to die. Now, was he literally worshipping Saturn? You can think of it that way if you want, but I want you to also think of it in a metaphoric sense, because Saturn represents the god of this world, of this physical reality, the demiurge of this reality. And he was a worshipper of the world, certainly, right? He wanted to live forever in this reality, in this physical realm. He wanted money, power, women, other things, I guess. He wanted all of that now, right? So his god was the god of this world, not the next. You see what I'm saying? But of course this didn't work out for old Jeffrey, because now he is dead, potentially. Actually, is he really dead? He's probably still alive on some island, continuing these pursuits somewhere. Who knows, right? But I want you to think of it like this. Jeffrey Epstein was actually a part of the cult of Kronos. Because there is a group of people, it's not just Jeffrey, there's a group of people today that wish to extend their life and maintain their power for as long as possible. They want to do what Kronos could not achieve. And they are willing to eat their own children in order to do so. Now, am I still being metaphoric? I am not. I am not. But that's a deep dive for another day. You can look into the Epstein files yourself. There's some funky stuff there. Now, you yourself might be excited by the prospect of connecting your mind to a machine, or maybe living forever within a machine, or even becoming some kind of transhuman race in the future. You might be excited by this prospect. I understand.
Man, not really.
Maybe you don't believe in an afterlife, and this physical reality is all it is to you. And that's perfectly acceptable. But let me tell you something, okay? This technology will not be for you or me, okay? This technology is for the cult of Kronos to maintain power. Do you think they're going to give this kind of technology to everyone? They will not. They already believe that there's too many people on this earth. Why would they want to extend everyone's lives? They will not want to do this. Do you understand? This is for them, not for us. So that's something I just want you to make a note of, okay? If you're really excited by these ideas. This is not open source
Yup.
transhumanism, okay? This is closed source.
Yup.
Now, I
Just
realize I
like
just
that.
threw a lot of shit at you. There's a lot to take in this video.
Or
potentially.
Descendants
I
of
don't know.
Enoch.
Like, I'm trying to be
Noah.
clever with this video a little bit. There's a few esoteric elements you have to read between the lines, but I'm not a very clever person, so maybe it doesn't come across that way.
Descendants
You can
of the
think of it like
Nephilim.
this. I'm going to summarize it one more time for you. There is a cult of Kronos today. They wish to maintain their power forever. They wish to live forever. They don't mind eating their own children if they have to. And finally, they use the hexagon shape and the black cube as their symbols, right? And once you start noticing the black cube and hexagon shape, you'll start noticing it everywhere. For example, the largest asset manager in the world, or largest company in the world, BlackRock, they use the black cube symbol.
In
and
what
they're
aspect?
called BlackRock. Now, is this kind of like schizophrenic pattern recognition that we should ignore? Potentially. But it's all a bit of fun. We're having fun here, right? Isn't this a lot of fun? And yeah, I don't know, right? We're having fun. I had fun anyway. This reminds me of when I had 300 subscribers and I could just throw out shit videos and I didn't care about it. This was the good old days. I enjoyed this, right? And I'm going to give you one extra Easter egg. Little extra Easter egg for you. I kept using the word hive mind, right? To represent unifying our brains with machines. When you think of a hive, you can think of a beehive. And what does a beehive have? Yes, it has the hexagon shape all over it. So that's a little extra fun element. We're all having fun.
Oh, you're hard on the Odin bit? I get that. Nephilim would be descendants of Kronos. Essentially. Yup.
Vampire legends have persisted all throughout history. Each culture has their own interpretations of what these creatures are, and refer to them by different names. But very few know where the legends of vampires originated.
It's
The
Revelations.
way that
It's not the end
vampire
either.
creatures have been
New
depicted
beginning.
for thousands of years is very different from how modern fiction portrays them. Although vampires are depicted nowadays as being very similar to humans, and usually quite attractive, the original vampires were very different from humans, and they were hideous and parasitic. Many legends across the world describe vampires, but none of them gives us the full picture. We have to piece together legends from the past in order to uncover the full story of how vampires came to be a collective fear that has
Yeah.
persisted in the memory of
Came
humans
across that.
throughout history.
They kind of do.
This is but one of the legends of which the ancients spoke. Long ago, there existed a relatively peaceful world.
There
Humanity
was
just getting its foothold.
This is anime I came across, and some aspects of it definitely do not like the incest part of it. Getting into it, it's called Angel fucking Sanctuary, and it's about one of the angels that rebelled against God by falling in love with, I think, a mortal, and they both are doomed to they're both doomed to reincarnate over and over and over again. This dude is a reincarnation of an angel, essentially. I didn't finish the manga, and the anime was really, really short-lived because, you know, that one plot.
Cities
Nick
were being
Fuentes
built,
stream.
and agriculture and the arts were developing.
Why?
There was the occasional disagreement and some conflict here and there. In general, people lived in peace and security. But inevitably, corruption creeped in. 200 watchers were sent from heaven to help set humanity back on the path of righteousness. But these stars started to wander off their course. The watchers took advantage of their time on the face of the earth, deviating from their mission. They fraternized with humans, and they created unholy hybrid creatures by mixing their own DNA with the humans on Earth. And these hybrid creatures were known as the Nephilim. The first generation of these hybrid offspring
You're gonna
were
get
the most
educated.
powerful, and it was only the first generation who was made directly from the union
Why
between the Watchers
do I
and
want
the
to make a
humans.
bunch of fucking
The first generation
far-right
of these
extremists?
hybrids were the
I don't.
largest to ever exist.
I'd
And they've
rather
been remembered across the world by different names.
wake up minds
The Nephilim, Asuras,
to what
Jotnar,
our
and
government
Titans,
covers up.
just to name a few.
Kronos!
The Nephilim produced hybrid offspring of their own, and the lesser Nephilim that they created were all different from each other. But none of the resulting Nephilimic creatures were as powerful as the first generation Nephilim, since only the first generation Nephilim had been parented directly by the Watchers. The bloodline of all of the later Nephilim was diluted, and they lost most of their hybrid vigor over the generations. The first generation Nephilim,
To an extent.
who were the most massive, required very large amounts of food to sustain themselves. Humans had initially
some
brought
accents were
sacrifices
not
of plants and animals
our
to the
ancestors
lesser
either.
Nephilim, who then presented that food to the larger Nephilim. And if they were not able to appease the larger Nephilim, then both the humans and lesser Nephilim were at risk of being eaten. And since the humans had no crops or livestock left to
I
eat,
could look at, you
the
know,
humans had to resort to eating things
biological
that the giants wouldn't eat,
memories.
like bugs.
But at the same
Eventually,
time,
the
spiritual
humans ran
memories
out
are a
of food to
thing.
feed the Nephilim. And so the massive Nephilim
Sometimes it's not
began
your
to feed upon
ancestors
humans to satisfy their hunger.
biologically,
The ancient Hindu
but
text, called the
a
Mahabharata,
spiritual ancestor.
states that in the ancient
Oh.
settlement of Ekachakrapura, the giant
And if you
Rakshasa
believe they're doing what
named
they're doing
Bakasura
at CERN,
had to be provided a cart full of food regularly, and each
constantly
cart of
blowing
food
up the
always
universe and
contained
moving
at
us
least
to the
one
next.
human. Unlike humans,
Get
the
reincarnated
lesser
as
Nephilim
yourself.
had a symbiotic relationship with
as
the
well.
greater Nephilim. Initially, the greater Nephilim refrained from eating their offspring, provided that the lesser Nephilim continued to bring food to the greater Nephilim. But since they had run out of crops and livestock to feed the greater Nephilim, the food that they brought typically consisted of humans. And the most powerful original Nephilim allowed the lesser Nephilim to feast upon the blood of the humans that they captured, while the greater Nephilim were given the flesh to consume, and the lesser Nephilim were forced to biologically adapt to the only food that they had access to, which was blood. And therefore, the blood-drinking lesser Nephilim became the first vampires. By consuming blood as their primary source of food, the lesser Nephilim became what are known as obligate hematophages, which means that they're biologically adapted and dependent upon consuming blood. The way that the bodies of the Nephilim would have reacted to the overconsumption of blood would be different to how the bodies of carnivorous animals react when consuming blood-heavy diets. Carnivorous animals inherently have the genes that give them very efficient antioxidant defense systems that neutralize reactive oxygen species, and are able to metabolize protein into compounds like short-chain fatty acids.
Why?
That reduce inflammation and protect their intestinal barrier. So carnivorous animals are designed to process
Is that your opinion?
consistently high amounts of heme iron in their diet, whereas humans are not designed to process such high amounts of iron, and neither would many types of Nephilim. Many carnivorous animals consume their entire prey, including the organs and the bones. which provides them with enough of certain vitamins and minerals that help them to metabolize iron. Much of the blood in their prey is also lost while they consume the flesh, in most cases. Since the lesser Nephilim were only consuming blood, they were not getting these extra vitamins and minerals, which made them even more prone to iron overload and excessive reactive oxygen species. Reactive oxygen species bind to nitric oxide in the body, which reduces the bioavailability of nitric oxide. And there are several parts of the body that need nitric oxide to function properly, such as the lower esophageal sphincter. Having excess reactive oxygen species prevents the lower esophageal sphincter from being able to function properly, and this leads to a condition called achalasia. And achalasia prevents solid foods from being consumed because the esophagus isn't able to contract or relax properly to allow solid foods through, and so this causes gagging during attempts to consume solid food, and so therefore it would become necessary to consume liquids for sustenance. And as for why they would need to specifically drink blood instead of other liquids, this is because of the nutrients that are in blood. Over extended periods of time of consuming certain types of nutrients in excessive amounts makes it to where the body doesn't need to produce those nutrients anymore. And so, the blood-drinking lesser Nephilim would have experienced the loss of the endogenous production of heme, which is actually the same thing that happened to cattle ticks, as one modern example. And so this would be another reason as to why the vampiric lesser Nephilim had become bound to blood drinking, and another reason as to why the lesser Nephilim would need to continue drinking blood specifically, instead of drinking other liquids like broth.
How can I help
their
resolve
initial
shit?
Consumption of blood
Like,
would have inhibited their UROD enzyme
throughout
because
the
of
world,
excess
resolve
reactive
shit?
Oxygen species produced
And,
in
like,
response to
resolve my
iron
own
overload.
shit? Or,
And
like,
the UROD enzyme is needed to produce
resolve
heme,
your shit?
meaning that these vampiric lesser Nephilim would lose their ability to produce heme as a response to prolonged hematophagy. And these traits could be passed down through their bloodline through transgenerational epigenetic inheritance. The way that porphyrias are treated nowadays usually involves blood transfusions and intravenous injections that contain glucose and hemin. Hemin is the word for heme when it's oxidized, meaning that it's been exposed to air. Consuming blood directly, as the Nephilimic vampires did, would therefore supply them with hemin and glucose, and help to alleviate the acute porphyria attacks that would begin affecting their nervous system after some time of not feeding upon blood. Many other species of existing animals have recently adapted to consuming large amounts of blood to compensate for a lack of other resources in their
12, 15.
environments. Their microbiomes have also shifted to have certain types of bacteria that feed off of iron, which helps to prevent iron overload. But it is still possible to get iron overload, especially before the body has fully adjusted to the consumption of high levels of iron. Even though the Nephilim were practically immortal, due to their negligible senescence, and because they were descended directly from angels, the Nephilim were also part human, and sometimes part animal, and so they still had to face the consequences of mortality in certain conditions. In perfect circumstances, they were able to live indefinitely, but they were also capable of perishing due to starvation or injury, and this applies to both the first generation Nephilim and the later generation lesser Nephilim. Organisms with negligible senescence and negative senescence are able to counteract the effects of aging, and therefore, theoretically, be able to live indefinitely in the right circumstances. Even though negatively senescent organisms are able to repair cellular damage and damage to their DNA, which usually prevents them from aging, there are certain factors that could still accelerate their aging past what their body is able to naturally repair. And as I had mentioned earlier, consuming large amounts of blood, especially when the body isn't biologically designed to handle reactive oxygen species, causes damage to the organs and the cells. And so therefore, the blood-drinking lesser Nephilim would have experienced rapid aging as a result of their frequent blood drinking. But this isn't necessarily the case, depending on who they were consuming blood from. And this would explain why
I don't know
vampires
what
are
I'm
known
going to
seek
be
out
able to
the blood
resolve
of younger
looking into
organisms
genealogy.
Specifically. They usually consume the blood of younger people in order to reverse aging and appear
Well.
younger. Scientists have discovered something called heterochronic parabiosis, which involves giving an older organism the blood of a younger organism, which is usually done by grafting the two organisms together, but it can also be done through blood transfusions. And in studies that researchers have done, they found that injecting an older organism, such as a mouse, with the blood of a younger organism actually prevents and reverses aging in the older organism. There are certain components in blood, like hormones, enzymes, RNA, extracellular vesicles, and mitochondria, that the body can
I'm
use to
already
repair itself when these components come from younger
spiritually
organisms. Even
doing
though
that.
ingesting blood would cause
It's
some
not
of
that
these components
schizo.
to break down due to digestion, other
Natives-
components would still be preserved and be
Some native
utilized in
tribes
the
are very
body
much like that as well.
and help to partially counteract the negative effects of reactive oxygen
Oh, look, it's a
species.
schizo.
But directly injecting the blood of younger organisms into themselves would be even more beneficial because none of those components in blood would be broken down due to digestion. There haven't been any studies on the effects of bathing in blood, and if this also causes rejuvenation, but if it does, that would explain why bathing in blood has been practiced historically. As a way to manage their temporary iron
There's a
overload
chanty by
symptoms,
the smoke
the
hut,
vampiric
but
lesser
don't wanna walk over there.
may have conducted phlebotomies or regular bloodletting on themselves, which is a common treatment nowadays for iron overload. Bloodletting would help their bodies to remove excess iron, while their bodies process the rest of the nutrients from the blood that they consumed. Hence the bloodletting rituals that people have been replicating throughout history. Oftentimes these blood rituals were done by the same cultures who sacrificed blood to deities who were the surviving lesser Nephilim. If a modern human were to consume large amounts of uncooked, raw blood, they would most likely contract many different diseases, which is one reason as to why you should never consume blood. As time went on, there were less humans available for the Nephilim to eat. The remaining humans hid from the Nephilim so that they wouldn't be eaten. And once that occurred, the original Nephilim started to turn on their own hybrid children due to their insatiable hunger, causing many of the lesser Nephilim to flee and hide in places like cave systems. Inevitably, a massive
Oh, look,
war
Attack on
broke out
Titan.
between the Titanic Nephilim, and eventually all of the original Nephilim had been destroyed in war. In Greek texts, this event was known as the Titanomachy. In the Mahabharata, this war was known as the Battle of Kurukshetra, and in Norse mythology, this battle was known as the Aesir-Vanir War. This battle between the giants was also described in the Book of Enoch. The Watchers, who were the fathers of the first-generation Titanic Nephilim, were imprisoned by the archangels Raphael and Michael beneath the earth under the orders of God. All of the harm that the original Nephilim had caused humanity in order to sustain their lives had been in vain. With the conclusion of the Titan Wars, humanity had the chance to start recovering, with their biggest threat eliminated, but there were still other threats lurking in the shadows. Many of the freakish offspring of the Nephilim were still around, including those who had lived with the original Nephilim and who had become biologically dependent upon the consumption of fresh blood. Once the Titanic Nephilim were eliminated in battle, the blood-drinking smaller Nephilim, who had not perished in the Titan Wars, were still bound to blood drinking, and they went out and hunted for their own food as vampires.
And then the flood.
In order to protect humanity against the lingering threat of the surviving Nephilim, God gathered the chosen humans and animals who were pure of blood and not yet corrupted into an ark, and all life was destroyed from the face of the earth. But elsewhere, there were still other survivors, some of which had been drinking blood since the days before the cataclysm. Many of the Nephilim had remained in hiding, and some of the Nephilim were aware that an even greater disaster than the Titan Wars was going to occur, and so they prepared by building their own arks of stone. According to the writings of Abu Balki and the Handbook of Freemasonry, the people and giants in the ancient world were made aware that a great disaster was going to occur and destroy the world, but they didn't know if this disaster would be by fire or by water, and so they built structures that could survive either. And some of these structures were designed to be hermetically sealable
I don't know.
in order to keep out any
I wouldn't
water
agree
in
with
the
that
event of a
necessarily.
flood.
Things
Despite the
Freemasons
fact that the
do
descendants of the Nephilim
in this
were
reality
only smaller
are
than the
bad.
First generation, some of these descendants were still larger than others. Hence the massive difference in size between some of these so-called sarcophagi. You can make out indentations that
No,
are
you
carved
might.
into the
Even,
interior
she sure
of
was.
the
You know what I
sarcophagi,
mean?
where there may have been things like machinery attached. It's possible that CO2 to oxygen converters could have been placed inside to recycle the oxygen inside of the sarcophagi while the Nephilim were hibernating. Ancient peoples such as Neanderthals could hibernate, and there are numerous examples of modern humans drastically reducing their metabolisms in order to survive in harsh conditions. So it's entirely within the realm of possibility that the Nephilim could hibernate and did so to survive the Great Flood in their waterproof survival chambers. When the Great Flood did eventually occur, some of the Nephilim entered into these survival chambers, and they entered into hibernation. But not all of the Nephilim who had attempted to survive the Great Flood by hibernating in survival chambers ended up making it out alive. In many cases, these so-called sarcophagi were not properly protected, and they ended up being buried in depositional sediment during the flood, which trapped them inside, and so they ended up not surviving. But in most cases, the Nephilim who had used these survival chambers during the flood did eventually end up re-emerging. And
Are
if
they
you study
Neanderthal, the
archaeology,
Nephilim?
You'll know that most of these large hermetically
Or are they just
sealable stone
pre-Homo
sarcophagi
sapien?
were found empty.
And they're just pre-human.
Even though the surface of the world had been wiped clean during the flood, there were still air pockets of survivors.
And the
who had
Neanderthal
memories of the
DNA
pre-flood
being...
worlds. And although some Nephilim had become obligate hematophages,
the humans outside
there were
of
still many
the garden.
Nephilim who had never become dependent on blood drinking, and so they
Adam
still
and Eve were
consumed
just
solid food. And so
gardeners
some
of the
Nephilim
garden
had
before they
taken
got kicked out.
provisions with them
There were humans
into their
outside the
survival
garden.
chambers.
They just
Food
Adam
that
and
they
Eve were
had
first.
preserved. And this food would be the same as what they were already accustomed to eating, but jerkied, preserved for later consumption. Many of the earliest mummies that had been created before the flood were
So
not
the
prepared in
Neanderthal
same
DNA being
funerary
the
sense
humans that
as many of the post-flood mummies. These pre-flood bodies
Seth
that were
and
preserved were very obviously done so
Abel
with the
slept with?
intention of preserving them as a food
the
source.
Genesis 6
The bodies
civilization.
were salted with
Exactly.
natron, which is an edible salt, as a means to preserve them. Just like how people have been using salt to preserve other types of meat for thousands of years. And they were covered in a mixture of fats and resins that were mixed with spice, which was done so with the intention of enhancing their flavor.
And what about Adam's first
The
life?
ancient
That's kind of
pre-flood
like
people
removed
in the area of
and
southeastern Asia
quite often
actually went as far as to
referred
smoke
to
their
as
mummies
mother
in
of
order to
demons,
preserve them, in
mother
the
of
same
these
way that meat is often
Nephilim,
smoked
the mothers
in order to
of
preserve it
these
for later consumption. And
vampire.
when the hibernating Nephilim reawoke, those of them that were still capable of consuming
No.
solid food had plenty to eat,
That's not what I'm saying.
while other Nephilim had become obligate hematophages and were unable to consume solid food.
Well, I was saying,
And so they had to go out and
'cause
search
Adam
of
and Eve
flesh with
fled.
blood that they could feed on.
and they had
And the
children.
reason why vampiric creatures
All-
are believed to be undead is because they had originally emerged
Cain,
from places
Abel, and
that
Seth,
were
right?
mistakenly believed to be tombs,
And then
when they were
Abel
in
gets
reality
killed.
hermetically sealable survival
And
chambers,
they give
which had been built before the
them
Great Flood.
a new child, Seth, after Abel's killed.
Regardless of their type, many of the Nephilim survived and produced offspring.
With all the
which
women
still
Abel
exist in isolated populations and have been seen
slept
all
with.
across the world up to
Or
the modern era, having species
even
lived
Cain,
separately from
or even
humans
Seth.
and separately from each other too, depending on where and how they lived. And many of them
But yeah,
have become
Genesis
well known
6
for their
civilization,
horrendous acts
exactly.
of blood drinking.
What are you watching?
The reason why the vampiric Nephilim chose to remain in hiding after the Titan Wars,
Conspiracy
and for the most
theories?
part, after
Ancient
the Great
aliens?
Flood, is actually related to
Cult
the
of
blood
Saturn?
drinking, which can trigger a variety of biological responses, such as porphyria, and this condition results in a buildup of porphyrins in the bone marrow. And these porphyrins make their way to the skin, which causes massive sensitivity to sunlight, which can cause the cartilage on the ears and the noses to be lost due to damage, and can also cause other affected body parts like the fingers to be lost due to severe burns. And porphyria also sometimes causes hypertrichosis, which protects any skin that's exposed to sunlight. So vampiric Nephilim would only be able to go out at night comfortably, and they would attempt to acquire blood to
No,
feed
I've
on
not.
while safely hidden from the sun.
Oh no, who Johnny
Long-term
Harris is.
iron overload would result in
Also,
organ damage,
Shalom Stew.
especially to the liver and the skin, and this would make the effects of porphyria permanent, which is why, even though the bodies of the vampiric Nephilim would have adjusted to regular blood consumption over time, they would still have to avoid sunlight for the rest of their very long lives, or else they might physically face the consequences of severe burns.
If Nick Fuentes is
And the
still alive
avoidance of
after this,
sunlight
I'll
will
go
have negative
watch just to make fun
consequences
of
on
his
their
fucking
offspring
Nazi
over
ass.
generations, especially if the blood drinking habits were passed down generationally. Iron overload can cause iron to accumulate in the skin cells. And now
We'll
in
have to
vital
look into
people,
'em.
This can trigger the overproduction of melanocytes, causing a more bronze appearance. But in people with lower melanin
RH
production
blood?
rates, their skin instead develops a silvery or slate gray appearance.
I'm not sure.
Which would explain why many of the different types of creatures that people have cited often have gray skin. Other creatures have been depicted as having green skin, which indicates that they have excessive biliverdin in their
RH
blood,
negative.
which can be a symptom of anemia,
yeah,
as I had mentioned in a
okay,
previous
okay.
video in regard to the green children of
Oh.
Woolpit. But iron overload can also have anemic symptoms, including jaundice and hyperbilirubinemia. So excessive iron
Happens.
consumption could also contribute to a greenish appearance, since iron overload can cause damage to the liver, which reduces its ability to remove
Fuck you, Chud.
biliverdin
Anyway,
and bilirubin from the blood. And various different types of skin discoloration,
What
whether
is
be
RH
caused by
blood?
iron overload anemia or hemochromatosis, is seen in many of the larger sized people depicted in older mythological texts, especially the figures who were associated with blood sacrifices. This is another reason as to why vampires are mistakenly believed to be undead, because their skin often has a gray hue due to hemochromatosis, as a result of their body's response to hematophagy. It's well known that cave animals tend to not have pigmentation, and the reason why is because there's a selective pressure for those with less melanin to survive. And the reason why is because producing melanin requires a substantial amount of energy from the body, which burns calories. And so this can actually be detrimental in conditions where food is not abundant, but only if melanin is not necessary, because not having melanin makes the skin very sensitive to sunlight, and also prone to skin cancer, which is what happened to Snowflake the albino gorilla, even though his zookeepers gave him sunscreen daily. Over generations of sunlight avoidance, similar selective pressures would have affected the descendants of the lesser vampiric Nephilim, and this could either appear as having pale skin and red or blonde hair, or it could express itself as albinism. And this lack of melanin would cause a positive
The high
feedback
prevalence
loop
of RH negative in
avoiding
European,
sunlight
specifically
facing more
Irish
selective
populations,
pressures
suggests
for
that
having less
this trait
melanin.
is likely
People with
persisted
albinism
due
tend to
to
have the same physical
environmental
traits that
adaptation or
vampires typically have,
genetic
being
drift
pale
isolation
skin,
from
white
ancestral
hair, and bright red
populations.
eyes. And the reason why is because they have no melanin to tint their skin, hair, or eyes.
Kind of sounds like
The
RH
reason why
negative
their
was
eyes are
is
often red is because they
the
have
act
no
of
melanin to tint their irises.
too much
and so the
inbreeding.
reason why they appear to be red is because you're actually seeing their blood vessels. And if a person who has albinism were to also have jaundice, and therefore a buildup of bilirubin in their blood, then their blood would appear to be yellow, and therefore their skin and their eyes would appear to be yellow, hence why many vampires are depicted as having yellow eyes. The reason why vampires are said to have cold skin could actually be because of a trait that's shared with other organisms that have negligible or negative senescence. There have been some different types of mammals which were actually cold-blooded, such as the Myotragus bulgaricus goat and the naked mole rat. And in mammals, this is called poikilothermy. And poikilothermy is an adaptation to living in low-resource environments. It also happens to be a trait that negligible or negatively senescent organisms share in common. Poikilothermic organisms have a lower metabolism than warm-blooded animals, and this makes it so that they can survive significantly longer, even without access to food. Both vampiric and non-vampiric Nephilim are said to be immortal, indicating that they have negligible or negative senescence, which means that they were also likely to have been poikilothermic, hence their colder skin. There are other traits that are commonly associated with vampires, such as sharp teeth and pointed ears. It is entirely possible for people to be born with these traits, even just randomly. And these mutations are heritable, so they can be passed on to offspring, such as in the case of hypohidrotic ectodermal dysplasia. People with this
As
condition
above,
tend
so
to have
below.
sharp teeth due to a lack of enamel, and they also generally don't grow adult teeth, and so their initial pointed
In the
teeth
shadows kind
are
of
permanent.
explained it.
And while their teeth can be fixed by a dentist, if they don't receive treatment, then their teeth remain pointed into adulthood. And the hair that they do have tends to be very sparse.
Some
and
vampirism is just energy
And
based.
another interesting feature is that they usually have no sweat glands.
Some is
A condition
actual
like hypohidrotic
blood.
ectodermal dysplasia would actually be useful for stealth, either for hunting or hiding. Back in
Physically
the
getting the
17th
energy,
and
not
18th
spiritually
centuries
getting
in
the
Japan,
energy.
The shinobi ninjas avoided eating foods that had a strong aroma to prevent their bodies from having any detectable scent, including from their sweat, so that they would be able to sneak up on their targets without being detected. Those among the cave-dwelling vampiric lesser Nephilim who may have lacked sweat glands would be able to survive longer by evading detection and be able to hunt and hide more effectively because of a lack of body odor, since they had no sweat glands, and they would pass down these traits to their offspring, making
I'd
it so
argue
that the
vampires
absence
that
of
are
sweat
able to
glands
feed
and other
just off of
mutations
energy
along the
and
same
not
genetic
blood.
pathway would be more common in their respective populations over the generations.
More
Hence
pure
why
blood
some types of
Nephilim than
Nephilim
others.
who had descended from the same bloodlines have the same traits. Of course, I'm not saying that all people with this condition are descendants
Oh,
of
she got a
Nephilim
great
or
voice,
cave
dude.
dwellers.
Great voice.
Hypohidrotic ectodermal dysplasia can affect other species too, aside from humans, and might be more prevalent in certain isolated populations of other species,
Yeah.
such as the descendants of the Nephilim, who had survived in some regions. Many descendants of the Nephilim that people have encountered throughout history, which tended to also be vampiric, in some cases seem to also have hypohidrotic ectodermal dysplasia, or a similar genetic condition. And other isolated populations of Nephilim descendants have other physical traits that were passed down throughout their respective
Well,
isolated
you know,
populations,
this is what she's
with
into.
some offspring resembling trolls, and others having larger eyes and frailer bodies. And
We're
some
almost
resembling
done.
Bigfoot
We're almost
or
done.
Dogmen, based on their genetic makeup. The Nephilim didn't always have only human and angel DNA. Oftentimes, they also had animal DNA too. There are certain non-human entities that have been encountered, and the traits that they're described as having are consistent with what would be expected.
I'm finishing this out. You gotta sleep.
The
I
typical
feel that.
gray aliens have large eyes, which are consistent with the characteristics that animals living in low-light environments have. Nocturnal animals like owls
Good night, though.
and felines have larger retinal
Thanks
orbits,
for helping keep
and in
things
some cases,
peaceful.
their pupils span the entire visible surface of their retinas in order to maximize their light absorption.
Look at that cute
The
thing.
long-term avoidance of light could actually cause an atrophy of the iris sphincter muscle, and this would make it to where their pupils are unable to constrict properly, which would explain why these creatures have large black eyes, because of their living in low-light environments long-term. Sometimes in lighter environments, light enters into their eyes and bounces back off of their retinas, which makes their eyes appear to glow red. And other humanoids, like the Hopkinsville goblins and the Pleiadians, are also described as having larger than normal eyes, and they're also described as having albinism and jaundice.
Mm-hmm.
And these goblin-like creatures that are called aliens
Physical
also are described as having
manifestations.
gray skin, which again is an indication of hemochromatosis due to excess iron consumption. Many aliens are also described as having green skin, similar to goblins, which, as I had mentioned earlier, is an indication that they have a buildup of biliverdin in their blood, which is a symptom of iron overload anemia, as well as acquired refractory iron deficiency anemia, which can be caused by a shutdown of heme synthesis and could be acquired as a response to the overconsumption of heme. And the chupacabra was described as having a similar appearance to aliens. If these creatures are emerging from caves, such as one of the many caves in Puerto Rico, this would explain how they're able to emerge suddenly and then go back into hiding. Unlike the previously mentioned Nephilim descendants that did not have sweat glands, other types, such as the chupacabra and the creatures sighted in Varginha, Brazil, still did have sweat pores, and were described as having a very strong odor. Blood contains high amounts of amino acids and nitrogenous waste products, which a blood-drinking creature would excrete out in the form of ammonia. And this is the most likely to occur with a diet that's very high in amino acids and low in carbs and fats, because ammonia is a byproduct of amino acid breakdown. And blood is very high in amino acids, which the body can readily use as a food source, and even convert into glucose using gluconeogenesis, and fats through lipogenesis. If these creatures consume blood as their primary food source, that would explain why their jaws are so small, because the muscles in their jaws are undeveloped due to not being used, since they don't have to chew blood, similar to the jaw shrinkage and malocclusion that humans experienced during the agricultural revolution. The reason why vampires are so often depicted as gigantic, or as resembling fallen angels, is a reference to their
I get that.
lineage, with vampires being the descendants of Nephilim and the Watchers. Angels were well known for their ability to shapeshift, usually appearing as humans in order to be more approachable, since their true form is apparently frightening. In the book of Ezekiel, angels are described as having the heads of bulls, humans, lions, and eagles. And this doesn't mean that they had all of these heads at once. It meant that angels were able to shapeshift into these different forms. And this is the same reason why many entities depicted in ancient art were shown as having different heads and different forms, because they were able to shapeshift. It didn't mean that they specifically looked like this. This is how the Titan Proteus was classically depicted, as a way to show that he was known for shapeshifting, as might be expected from beings that are descended from angels. giants were said to be shapeshifters as well, in the same way that vampires in folklore are described as shapeshifters. The Jotnar in Norse mythology were able to appear as giant serpents, wolves, and as human women, and the exact same was said of the Rakshasas in Hindu mythology. The Rakshasa would appear as other gods, such as the Garuda, and to make themselves appear even more monstrous and ferocious. And it's well known that the Titans in Greek mythology were also said to be able to shapeshift. Sometimes they turned themselves into animals or inanimate objects, and they were also able to appear larger and smaller at will. With the knowledge that vampires are actually the descendants of Nephilim, who themselves are the descendants of the Watchers, vampires too would be able to shapeshift, which is something that vampires in mythology and folklore over the past several thousands of years have been described as doing. Even though vampires are usually just depicted as turning into bats, or into some kind of winged humanoid beast, they've also been said to turn into beautiful women, giant black dogs, horses, cats, and as regular humans in order to blend in.
Yeah, it was just what was recommended.
When humans die, their souls rest until Judgment Day. However, Nephilim were abominations at birth, causing their souls to be instantly condemned.
Like the Ghee.
Which means that when Nephilim die, they do not sleep until Judgment Day. They're cursed to wander the earth, awake and still hungry for worldly pleasures, which is why they possess people and animals. The rogue spirits of dead Nephilim are known as demons. When God-fearing humans pray for protection over their households, God protects them from evil entities. Since vampires have an evil, condemned soul, they're also prevented from entering into a blessed household, and therefore vampires and any other type of evil creatures, such as aliens and the black-eyed children, are only able to enter into a blessed house if the owner is stupid enough to invite them in, which is why these entities have to ask for permission to enter and make up various excuses to come inside. The same applies to evil entities being able to enter into bodies. God's protection of your household and your body applies to all types of Nephilim, living or dead, and this is the same reason as to why vampires are warded off by crucifixes and the name of Jesus.
Can you tell me why men believe in all ages and places that there are men and women who cannot die? We all know because science has vouched for that fact. That there have been toads shut up in rocks for thousands of years. Shut in one so small that only hold him since the youth of the world.
Thank you to those who have recently supported Shattered History. Steve Schopel, Doc.
Yeah. Nick Fuentes, why? 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 Yeah, make fun of me about it. I've been using manifestation frequencies to fall asleep to. Why do I have to put on Nick? He's kind of a cunt.
Gentlemen,
This close enough for you?
today is a very special day.
Or is he not far enough right for you?
Today, obviously, is Easter Sunday. And to celebrate Easter Sunday,
I
day
was
of
not
our Lord,
necessarily
respawning,
talking to you.
resurrecting, and proving
Still,
himself to
on
be
that
the Son of God. We will be
prospect.
playing the entire story.
The y'all was a
of
generalization.
I am Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry.
I obviously have dressed for the occasion. It really didn't take a lot.
In fact, actually,
I just
fact-
literally just ordered this and
in fact, actually, I'm gonna show you guys something. Hopefully, he's still alive. Oh, she's still alive. I guess he got off. Well, anyway.
that was it. But other than that, yeah. And so the entire story. Well, I don't know how long it. I have no idea how long it is, but I'll play it.
Why? You've relatively been behaving. I'll give you that. The nigga even live? There's nothing live. He's based. Pfft. Nope. Hello, I'm homeless. Congratulations if you found me, man. Fuck, no. Hey, I want you, Cray Cray. I want ya. Hey, I want you, Cray Cray. I want ya. Sorry. This girl. I don't have to watch this later with y'all above tomorrow. But this. Did I resub to her? I did. Okay. Yeah. That was a really good fucking video. I'll watch that video again. That was fantastic. What is this? Blah. Yeah, I just want to see.
Car's ready.
Ready already?
Already ready. Already ready.
Ready already.
Oh my fucking god.
Ready already.
Get a quick, quality, 15-minute oil change, service, and more at Jiffy Lube. In and out in a jiffy.
Johnny Harris. Yeah. After this. Oh, fucking look at those slippers, dude. Dope.
To infinity. Beyond.
Wow. I don't give a shit. Well, I mean, probably not be the best for stream.
Ooh. I have been chosen.
I ain't grifting. I know I'm not a grifter. I get new information and I change my mind. That's about it. Or I get proven right about shit. I'm like, ha, see, told you. My vote was worthless anyway. No. Yeah, you man.
When I think of fascism, I think of World War II. I think of the Nazi regime committing some of the most horrendous atrocities in human history. I think of their ally, Italy. But fascist has also become this generic insult that people use.
The Nazi Party started as the German Socialist Worker Party as well.
She's a Marxist, communist, fascist.
Reject Donald Trump's fascism. They're the ones acting like actual fascists.
Look up the definition of fascism.
But it's also used as an insult in things that have nothing to do with politics.
You're a Nazi. You're a Nazi. You're a fascist. You're a fascist. You're a bigot. You're a bigot. Suck my dick.
But lately, I'm hearing the word used more seriously.
Fascism.
Experts, historians, scholars, some of them are warning that we are seeing the rise of fascism again. Are we?
How would you like to see a woolly mammoth in the zoo?
You watched this one?
In the outback.
This took us deeper than expected, deeper than I can remember going on a video in a long time. Into books and documents and speeches, deep into the research and scholarship.
So I've quite often stated that the left versus right, the blue versus red paradigm. And it just keeps us in a downward spiral and in a system of control and shit we just can't seem to get ourselves out of. We're just too busy pointing fingers at the other person, this way, that way, this way, that way. Like, no one taking accountability for their actions. It's just got blaming the other person for shit they do themselves. And, like, the whole commie versus fascism argument is just another divided fucking tactic of said dividing propaganda pushes that keep us from standing the fuck up. And there's this meme. Society, us people, hands and knees on the ground while we're elbow to elbow, going in a square, like Saturn, and holding a chessboard on our backs. And if we stood up, the elite could not play chess on our backs anymore. But we're too busy with the red versus blue fucking
scholarship on fascism and its history.
Your side's the side of pedophiles. No, your side the side's of pedophiles. No, they're all pedophiles.
But don't actually agree with each other on everything.
I'm an historian of fascism, populism, and dictatorships.
The question is fascism real and abroad in the...
I do find it hilarious, though, when, like, a fucking dumbass liberal or Democrats like, well, that wasn't real socialism to some fucking Cuban refugee that came here and sits... All refugees are, well, you know... No, I don't support socialism or democracy. I'm gonna vote Republican. Why? Because I fled socialist democracy. It led to communism. It led to fascism.
The world?
It's very important not to abuse the concept.
To be a fully fledged fascist, you need a vision of an alternative political system.
Kind of watch this video and I'll explain how it's all started and how you're kind of correct. Yeah.
Quick note about what I'm trying to do here. I am not the person to give...
Remove the Nephilim conspiracy theory bullshit out of the argument.
Clarity. Clarity on the story of fascism, on the features of
the psychological...
And my hope is that clarity...
Pointing fingers.
The tools you need to evaluate what's
happening. Well, that goes that way.
But I hope to hear from you in the comments, to have a good faith, respectful debate about how you interpret all of this. But before you comment, let me show you what I've learned. What is fascism?
You're gonna vote the third party?
How do we start to evaluate if it's happening again today?
I vote policies.
There's a handful of countries.
I vote left, I vote right, I vote third party.
Call some kind of fascist regime over the years.
It's whatever in that moment that I think, with as much information that I have.
Go into its source code, the root of it, how it started, how it became so successful. So we are going to
voting Trump was a spite vote.
25 years, the years between
not gonna lie.
Wars, and specifically we're going to focus on these two men.
Before the First World War, it's an age of extraordinary technological achievement. You get this extraordinary explosion of transport, trains and cars.
It was a time of mind-bending new machines that were rewriting the rules of life itself faster than anyone was ready for. It promised everything, but soon it threatened to destroy everything too.
In 1914, you get this horrific First World War with absolute carnage. Millions dying, millions. New mass-produced ways of killing lots of people, like machine guns and dropping bombs, etc. And trench warfare is horrendous.
In these 4 violent years, societies were ripped apart. Italy was actually on the winning side, but their allies had promised them all sorts of territorial gains that didn't actually pan out. Italy felt cheated. They lost hundreds of thousands of men. It was...
When the experts designed fascism's both
but not as bad of a deal
Antifa and MAGA falls into the descriptions, how can you see religions use the same tactic throughout history?
Which contained 10% of their population. Add to this the money that they borrowed to fight this war that they now had to pay back. A tremendous amount of debt.
No, exactly. And I would argue the left throws the argument of fascism on the right way too often, too freely, you know. And to an extent, the right does it to the left too with the whole socialism, communism argument that they're just leading them, society into that and shit, right? However, like the whole... Your name's Antifa, which stands for anti-fascist. And you somehow, as a domestic terrorism organization, because I do agree with that as well, the means you do to make changes in society fall in line with fascism, Antifa. So how can you be anti-fascist if you're just like, well, shit, nigga, I'm going to just beat this dumbass bitch at their own game, and well, if I could put the label first.
And on top of all of this, the peace deal required them to pay back the victors for this war. $500 billion in today's money, something that they actually just recently finished paying off, which led them to borrow more money. I mean, it was terrible. It scrambled this once very advanced, thriving economy. Their money lost 99.9999999% of its value. It's wheelbarrows full of cash and an economy in crisis that creates a sense of widespread anger and resentment and humiliation among these people. So Italy and Germany, they're both feeling cheated and angry. And like a lot of Europe, they're in a sort of a fork in the road with their government. They're figuring out what kind of society they want to have.
Yeah, we're doing the same thing.
Italy still had a king.
I understand people's fears.
Democracy. They had a parliament. Germany had parliament and voting. Women could vote in Germany. They had individual rights enshrined in law. But these democracies were fragile, and increasingly they were in crisis. So people start wondering if they need to rethink the system entirely.
It is that sense of total breakdown which generated extraordinary enthusiasm about the possibility of a new socialist communist world or a new ultra-nationalist racist world.
One rising option in people's minds was to do what workers, soldiers, and peasants had just done in Russia. Led by a revolutionary named Vladimir Lenin, Russians had just overthrown their government.
When he goes in Mussolini and how he birthed fascism, it'll remind you of current groups.
And put under the control of the people, the workers, the peasants. At least that was the idea. This revolution would create the Soviet Union. And the Soviet Union would eventually become a brutal dictatorship that would kill millions of its own people. But that's not what this video is about. And anyway, not yet. For now, right after World War I, this communist revolution...
It's kind of scary when I see liberals get called out by conservatives and be like, you're acting like Stalin, and like, nah, I'd rather be like Mussolini or Mao Zedong. And you're just like...
A time to start new jobs and tackle new projects with new tools from Harbor Freight.
You complain about Hitler and Mao killed how many more people? How many more people more?
That inspired a lot of extremist Marxists to believe that they were on the verge of causing a revolution in their country.
So this was one revolution on offer. And more people in Italy and Germany start embracing communism. They're going on strike. They're occupying factories. But communism wasn't the only revolutionary idea promising a solution to this post-war misery. And that's where we're going to turn to this guy. Benito Mussolini. Mussolini will one day be Italy's fascist dictator.
Oh, here we go.
But not yet. His path to power is going to have to pass through some very important steps.
Here we go.
That, we made something. We're going to use this to track the rise of Mussolini and Hitler, because these steps can help teach us how fascism operates. Before World War I, Mussolini was a rising star in Italian socialism. He ran an Italian socialist paper. He advocated for workers' rights. But once World War I started, Mussolini breaks with the socialists because he thinks that Italy should join the war, and the socialists are firmly anti-war. So they kick him out of the party. And this is where he pivots hard.
We're gonna hear this story
He starts his
before.
own pro-war nationalist newspaper, all about pride and sacrifice and putting the nation above class struggle. Italy does enter World War I, and the 32-year-old Mussolini enlists to go fight. He gets wounded in a training exercise, and he comes home from the war even more resolved in his vision of a strong Italy, but now with a new set of beliefs that he gained while in the trenches. And he starts to share his beliefs. He starts a club with a small group of other guys, a lot of them ex-soldiers like him, men who also feel humiliated and are looking for someone to blame. And he tells them that Italy's problems are not only because of the war and the betrayal from their so-called allies, that mutilated victory, but also because of what's happening inside Italy itself, where all of these isms are poisoning the country. Communism and socialism were threatening to transform Italy with these worker revolutions. And even democracy itself, or liberalism, was to blame for all of these problems. Italy's democracy had, in his words, gone drunk with compromise. They couldn't get anything meaningfully done because they're accommodating all these different viewpoints. He says, guys, this is Italy. We're the historic home of the Roman Empire, the foundation of Western society, and now we've been betrayed and humiliated. But Mussolini says that he has a solution. He says that Italy must be ruled by men who had just fought in this traumatizing industrial war. Men who had been purified by violence and sacrifice and discipline. In his eyes, these were a new kind of man, a new kind of elite, created not by aristocratic birth, but by combat. And now these veterans had an obligation to replace the weak, entitled elites that had been created by liberal democracy, and to replace it with a, quote, trenchocracy, the aristocracy of the trenches. So this is like our origin story here. It's the spring of 1919 in Milan, Italy, not even a year after World War I has ended. And Mussolini is rallying his club of ex-soldiers and sympathizers, telling them that violence is actually sacred. It's a stamp of nobility.
Fascism always involved violence and the militarization of politics. Violence is glorified. Violence is presented as what makes men men.
This is about men being aggressive, violent, dominant, and strong, and that's a good thing. That's the key to restoring the greatness of the nation, not the soft, weak intellectuals that democracy had created. And for his new group, Mussolini adopts this symbol. It's a symbol that had been used way back in ancient Rome, and many times over the years, including in the French Revolution. You see this in the American Capitol building as a symbol of unity and order.
Of course, the Vikings proved getting enough farmers together.
A stick by itself can be a weapon, but it's also easily broken. But gather many sticks into a uniform bundle, or a fascio in Italian, and suddenly, it's a lot harder to break. Add an axe to this bundle, and you have a kind of indestructible tool of punishment. Mussolini is telling his listeners that under his direction of trenchocracy, Italians must become a unified bundle, a fascio. Fascismo. Fascism. Learning the origins of this word has been really useful for me to approach this whole story with curiosity. Curiosity is the antidote to so many of the problems plaguing our media. It's the reason why videos like this are not easy to make. And this is why we are building a platform and a community to bring curiosity back into journalism. It's called New Press. It is live now. You can go sign up for free and start contributing to our journalism, see what we're working on, ask your questions, and we listen. Every story that I'm doing this year, I am letting you all in on, and I'm getting your curiosity, your expertise, and your insights to help make the story stronger. I think that's what we need right now. So, newpress.com, go check it out, totally free to contribute. You can also support us there too if you want to see more of this work. So, at its very root, fascism begins as a nationalist movement founded by a bunch of war veterans set on restoring Italy's greatness. And they glorify violence as the key to making this happen. What should be the focus of their violence? Well, Mussolini's former friends.
One of the key aspects of fascism is crushing the socialists.
They start hunting for socialists and communists, arriving to their meetings, smashing their printing presses, beating up the leaders of these worker strikes and protests, and more Italian men, many of them fellow veterans, join. These violent squads, or squadristi, eventually get a new name, the Black Shirts, a group somewhere between a gang of street thugs and a private militia. And soon their ranks swell to 250,000 people. Their acts of violence escalate. Soon they're raiding and burning down headquarters of the socialist and communist movements. They destroy the office of the socialist newspaper that Mussolini once had been the editor for. They even murder Socialist Party members. And the violence includes humiliation. They would routinely kidnap their enemies and force feed them huge amounts of laxatives. Like, just brutal.
Real cocktails, perfectly mixed. Cutwater.
They say higher education is outdated, irrelevant, but at Grand Canyon University, we shatter the status quo. GCU's online master's degree programs in technology combine hands-on projects with coursework to help you innovate across digital and physical environments.
At GCU, you can learn to use technology.
This is a book from while all of this is happening. 20 fascists arrive in a lorry, they attack a club, beat the workers, and set the place on fire. Fascists assault a funeral party, make their way into a cafe, and seriously wound an employee by stabbing him in the chest. A band of fascists, who are armed and masked, attack several citizens, including socialists, left on the ground senseless and bleeding. Setting fire to a socialist headquarters, burning banners and furniture, attack a socialist cooperative. A doctor is beaten by fascists. A socialist lawyer is beaten by fascists. Workers are taken to the hospital having been beaten by fascists. Strikes a 10-year-old child who is singing the red flag. You get the point. These guys were all over the country committing really heinous acts of violence.
Fascists believe that violence is the source of power, and that source of power increases when violence is unleashed.
Want to be
how
fascist?
Do they get away with all this stuff? They don't actually control the country. They aren't an army. They aren't the police. They're just a bunch of angry men committing violence on behalf of this ultra-nationalist group. So why is no one stopping them? Like, where is the government in all of this? Well, that's the thing. Italy's democratic government at the time is divided and weak. And the people who did have power in the country were actually kind of okay with what Mussolini and his thugs were doing. And here I'm talking about the rich people who, like Mussolini, hate communists. Remember the communist revolution? They're threatening to take away their wealth and distribute it to the workers. These business elites are terrified.
Some members of the ruling group saying, should we fool around with and try and, think about a fascist way to resolve these problems?
So these land and business owners actually start funding Mussolini's black shirts. Over and over, the black shirts are even hired to break up strikes and to beat up striking workers.
The first
controlled opposition
is to crush anti-capitalist resistance from the working classes from below.
So, the rich people are letting it happen. They're funding it. Okay, but what about the army and the police? Well, turns out many among their ranks are actually fascist sympathizers. Like, Mussolini is talking to these guys. He's appealing to these guys. Even though his tactics of violence are quite extreme, more and more of the population is realizing they like the fascist vision of what Italy should be, including the way the fascists punish their enemies. And then something happens that changes everything. Socialists and communists are gaining some traction in the parliament, and the prime minister, who's like a centrist, doesn't want to invite them into his coalition, so he turns to Mussolini's fascists, knowing that they're kind of becoming a force that can't be ignored. He asks them to be a part of his coalition, maybe bringing them into the official democracy, can tame them and their violent ways.
They believe that they can control them because they see them rightly as vulgar, as idiotic, as narcissistic, and ignorant. They believe they can control them.
Mussolini's fascists are now an official political party that was just invited into the mainstream. And this is the next step on this path. The fascists have now been accepted, legitimized, first by the business elites, and now by the political system, the democracy. Mussolini is now a politician in parliament, along with 35 other fascist politicians. But this doesn't solve anything for Italian democracy. The new political coalition falls apart almost immediately. Italy's government continues to be paralyzed by infighting. And all over the country, Mussolini's fascist fighters continue to use this dysfunction as an opportunity to take their violence to the next level.
Nigga, you
They
really
take over
just
entire
archived those
cities,
3 streams?
Places with
Yeah,
elected
I
socialist
blocked them
leaders,
because
occupying
copyright,
government buildings,
age restriction,
chasing out
blah,
the
blah,
socialist
blah.
city
Have fun.
government, and imposing their own policies. Often while the police just look the other way, or even help them out in some cases. They start marching on the big cities in Italy like Bologna and Ferrara, and eventually, Mussolini directs tens of thousands of his black shirts to march on the capital,
Happy Chud.
Rome. Mussolini's movement, which started as a club of like 100 men in Milan, now 3.5 years later, was a force that couldn't be ignored, gathering in huge numbers just outside the capital, preparing to march on the city, daring the country's king to use his army against them. So the king sizes up his options. He likely knows that a lot of the ranks of his army probably sympathize with the fascists. So
Yeah.
instead of standing up to Mussolini and risking a civil war, he makes a deal with him. He invites him to become the prime minister.
It does sound like what both sides do. Oh. I'm gonna
He has real power now.
see that Majog, not a Majog
Addressing
board.
the parliament.
Isn't the
And
game
he
with the
claims at first that he quote
Jules,
does not
the two
intend
sides.
to deviate from the Constitution. He's going to keep
know what
the
I'm talking about?
democracy, he says. But over the next 4 years,
But you see how
he dismantles the Italian democracy from the
fascism
ground. He
hasn't
says
gone
that
all
the
that far
parliament
yet.
and the
It's
entire political
socialism.
system are wholly unworthy to guide us.
Both
Now, not
propagated
everyone's buying
by
it, so
the
he's not universally
military
popular among the
industrial
citizens.
complex.
A lot of people do like him, but a lot of people don't. But in the next election, his black shirts intimidate and suppress voters, which helps the fascists win a huge majority in the election. Soon he's censoring the press.
Both sides
He's
were doing
shutting
that.
down newspapers. He's creating a secret police.
You abolish all liberal freedoms.
Last-
you get rid of all
last
freedom of
elections,
press, freedom of speech.
last
And then he
three,
abolishes all other political
driven by the
parties.
rich, just
you
like
have a
today.
totally alternative system of a single-party state,
Just like today.
charismatic leader, an alternative legal system.
And then finally,
They're the
he
Purple Party.
abolishes elections themselves.
This is a
We should be the Purple Party,
revolutionary
but we're
rebirth.
not.
And what that means is you destroy the democratic system.
You know,
It's 1925, and Mussolini
I wouldn't even say
has
libertarians
done away
are
with all
necessarily the
democratic
Purple
mechanisms
Party
that could
because
be used
they're
to challenge him, and he completes
no
the last
action.
step on the fascist path to absolute power. As the absolute ruler,
This right here is what I was talked about. So this is your communist line. And bam. Right? So eventually what's going to end up happening, these guys start going forward. I don't like how they put it like this, because this looks like the Hindu and Buddhist symbol and not the Nazi symbol. Anyway, this is going to keep going this way, and right around here is when this is going to meet back. You know what I mean? And then this gets pushed back.
absolute power. As the absolute ruler, he rallies the people with slogans like believe, obey, fight.
Oh,
We know what
fuck
fight
off.
means. He's been doing that since he started his combat league. But these other ingredients, believe and obey, are really important too. Mussolini demands belief and submission, not just to him, but to his story. The story that he says will, quote, make Italy great, respected, and feared, restoring it to the glory of an imagined past, the Roman Empire.
Let's make Italy great again, guys. You know, before Donald Trump got elected, they said him and Bernie Sanders had some very similar socialist agreements and ideas and, you know, wanted the same things for the working class people. And then he got elected, and then all of a sudden he wasn't so much like Bernie anymore. Not standing up for the Orange Cheeto man that has been on Epstein's Island. Nor am I standing up for the Jew. I love Bernie. I don't like how he bent the knee to the Democratic Party, but like what he has tried to do for Vermont and what he's done for Vermont my entire lifetime, a good portion of even my great-grandmother's lifetime. Like,
is not actual history, but you're always
he's one of the few politicians that actually care.
Plastic moment.
But he's scared of the elite, so he bends. You just described every politician ever. Every
and Mussolini
clash of the votes, or just like,
and as ever, his story
in general,
soldiers and
trust them as far as you can throw them, tar and feather them,
and reimagines the country as a giant military,
can't tar and feather them anymore, can we?
Bundle of sticks, which many Italians will become willingly, and for those who don't, their descent will be violently snuffed out. Everyone must get in line.
Tells one story, acts a different story. Bernie? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that... I'll keep voting for him for, like, in control, like, Vermont and shit a little bit. You know what I mean? Even if I don't necessarily agree with his immigration policies.
A 10,000 milliamp hour battery that's already...
But he tries to run for president again. I'm probably not going to vote.
Built-in braided USB-C cable and lightning cable for...
I'm going to vote for him. He tries to run for president again.
For life is conquest.
Unless, like, it's sure, you know what I mean?
At home, against his enemies, socialists, communists, liberal Democrats. But that war must have been abroad. He starts conquering parts of Africa, imposing his, quote, new
dumbass fucking VP now. Vance as Prez.
Okay, so
Bernie as VP, and then Trump,
fascism is.
Department of Defense.
Started by Benito Mussolini in 1919, one that glorifies violence, specifically violence against communism and socialism.
Although realistically, that'd probably be like the best thing that could have happened for our country for a while. I'm be honest.
Not just reform, but total.
But it ain't ever gonna happen.
And it tells a story of a superior nation that has been humiliated and that needs to be restored. Mythologized.
That's the only way I see everyone getting everyone's needs met, because unfortunately I'm a little more right on geopolitics.
One charismatic, strong leader. And
the left cannot simultaneously say that we are an overrized military complex and then bitch and complain when we pull out of shithole countries that are killing their own citizens and other citizens in other fucking countries. And then bitch when we pull out. And it's like, oh, you made everything worse by pulling out. You can't have us be world police and then bitch about being world police at the same time.
Crucially, they gain support from mainstream elites, rich people, politicians, that allows them to gain control of the country, after which they dismantle the democracy from within, and then demand total submission to the state, which allows them to mobilize huge numbers of people with a ton of propaganda, and then begin a program of conquest and expansion. Today we call that thing fascism. And we call it fascism not because it has some like Latin root in some like philosophy or worldview, but because Benito Mussolini chose the fascio, the bundle of sticks with an axe on it, as his logo when he was making his combat club in 1919 in Milan. If somebody else had done this first, we would probably call it something different today. And in fact, these ingredients that we just talked about weren't just happening in Italy. They were happening in a lot of places in Europe after World War I, especially in the countries that lost. Which brings us to another angry World War I vet, This one in Germany. Someone who was watching Mussolini very closely, admiring his rise to power, and who will one day take Mussolini's
I am
strategy
the most evil
to a
man
human
ever, even though Mao Zedong killed more people.
Before we go any further, I need to say thank you to today's sponsor who makes a video like this possible. Thank you Storyblocks for sponsoring this video, and thank you for existing because okay, enter Adolf Hitler to the story. He's about 10 years behind Mussolini on his own path to power. And remember what we talked about earlier. Germany is in a terrible place after World War I. They have been crushed militarily, politically, economically, and way worse than Italy. Germany had been one of the most advanced economies on earth before the war. And now they're in the dumps. And a lot of Germans are wondering, what happened? How do we fix this? And once again, one of the answers was maybe we need a radically new system like communism, like they're doing over in Russia. So lots of Germans are joining communist parties and worker councils. They're striking, they're occupying factories, they're launching armed uprisings. And in some places, they're even trying to overthrow the government. There were many Germans, especially
the hammer and sickle
war veterans, who looked the other way, feeling like they had been betrayed. Many Germans had been hearing this narrative that their civilization and even perhaps their race was superior. It was pure. And that their art and their music and their engineering are more than just a culture, that actually comes from their bloodline. They've been hearing...
So, people who are keeping track of the bullshit I say. Get this about the Black Hebrew Israelites. How are they any different than the white Aryan race? I can't argue. They probably were more. But then there's also, well, no, it's not black people that were the Homo erectus or the Neanderthal DNA was the white people, or they just point the fingers back and forth, but like... Anyway, like, I don't see different than the Black Hebrew Israelites that are like, oh no, we're the
stories
true.
About Germanic people.
And the Jews do it too.
The
white Jews do it too.
Stories that are essentially a misreading of real science. Notably in the relatively new field of linguistics. Where researchers were discovering that many world languages share a common ancestor. A group of languages that some 19th century linguists were calling Aryan. A name that came from the Indo-Iranian people, an old culture, Iran, Aryan. And so here we are in the 19th and 20th century, and some creative Germans start to imagine that actually Aryan isn't just a group of languages. Aryan was an actual race, an original master race, from which all great civilizations sprang. And they start to imagine that maybe this master race actually started in where Germany is today, North and Central Europe. And that all other cultures actually come from us. We are the origin of all good cultures, the pure starting point.
The idea was that it was actually the Germans who created ancient Egypt and ancient Mesopotamia and ancient Greece and ancient Rome.
And so they start to see all other races as impure, and some races as really impure, as we will see. Now, to be clear, these ideas have no basis in real evidence or science. They pull from things like linguistics, but then make a lot of really big leaps to create a story of superiority, of racial superiority and purity, and a link to some ancient, pure culture, which some Germans start to represent with a symbol, an ancient symbol that they adopt from the East. It's one that's appeared across many cultures. It's a hooked cross, which they would call an ancient Aryan rune, an emblem of their mythical Aryan past, a symbol that they believed connected Germany back to a noble ancient race. This was intoxicating stuff for a lot of Germans, especially after the war, when soldiers came home humiliated, looking for answers, looking for an explanation on how their great economy and civilization was now on its knees. And this fantasy of the Aryan race gave them an explanation. It allowed them to believe that they actually didn't lose the war, that instead they had been stabbed in the back. A Dolchstoß, in their words. A betrayal at home. Betrayal by the weak politicians in their democracy who had signed this bad peace deal. a betrayal by the communists who had sabotaged the war effort with their strikes, and the ultimate betrayal, the ultimate group that they could blame, was the impure race that was quietly pulling the strings on all of these groups, engineering the downfall
White Israel?
of the invented Aryan race.
The white Jews?
So this is all happening around the same time that Mussolini is starting his combat club in Milan. Groups similar to Mussolini's are forming in Germany.
As
They're
above, so
fringe,
below. We were talking
radical
about
nationalist groups.
Black
At first,
Hebrews
they have
being
no presence
historically
in
right about
actual
Bible
politics, like in
and
the
some
government
genealogy.
control it. They're just groups of angry men with an obsession on an imagined nation, a focus on their current humiliation, and an appetite to commit violence. And one of those men was a 30-year-old World War I veteran, Adolf Hitler.
White people are of
At the end of
Japheth,
the war,
and
Hitler
black
joins one
people
of
would be
these
of
small, obscure nationalist groups. He rises in the ranks of this little group
Judah,
to become
tribal
the party
line.
leader. He implements a militia. They'd soon be named the Brown Shirts, echoing Mussolini's Black
We're going
Shirts.
off the
Their
linealogy
official
of
name was
humans
the
after the flood of the Nephilim.
Stormtroopers, named after the real German army's elite assault unit in World War I. Hitler also helped his little party rebrand to appeal to more people, especially workers.
In ways that make it seem like they're anti-capitalists. He called himself the National Socialists.
I never understood this until now. The full name of Hitler's party was the National Socialist German Workers' Party, which sounds super socialist, eventually nicknamed the Nazis. He named it this intentionally to attract people who were interested in workers' movements, like the communists and the socialist movements, that he opposed, but that he knew had wide appeal. Though, to be very clear, these guys were not socialist in any meaningful sense. It was just a branding play. And soon, Hitler is overseeing a new rendition of the hooked cross, this fake Aryan symbol. His version would mimic the colors of the old German Empire, the Second Reich, a nod to the past. This symbol, this flag, this is Hitler's bundle of sticks. His version of restoring ancient Rome, but now with this
Hitler's faggot.
extremist racial superiority component. More and more men start to join his political street gang as they go hunt down his enemies. Hitler has just taken the first step on the fascist path to power.
A new living room set, an upgrade to your dining room, new appliances in the
Ba
kitchen.
ba
If
ba
it's time
ba
to upgrade your
ba 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 ba.
And his brown shirts look a lot like Mussolini's black shirts.
Say what at
Guys
some
with
point.
clubs, guns, and even grenades.
What? Say what at some point. What did I say? A little stoned. And I've only had one of these tonight, so, like, you can't get me all on drunk. This is ADHD. Hitler's bundle of
Storming into communist and socialist meetings, smashing chairs, lighting stuff on fire, and beating it.
Ah, you know me well.
The big difference here is that in Italy,
Can't be
Mussolini's
homophobic.
group became the dominant
I'm not.
nationalist group. In Germany, there was tons of these groups that would go down, hunt down communists and socialists. But again, with the racial component, they're also focusing on minorities. And at the top of their scapegoat list, Jewish people, who start to just become synonymous with the communists, the traitors, who they believe brought about Germany's decline.
Funny how one of the biggest faces of the current democratic socialist movement is a New York Jew.
So you see the parallels here with what's going on in Italy, right? Like in Italy, all of this violence and chaos shows German citizens that the Nazis are actually more powerful than the gridlocked democratic government who can't provide order or stability for this wrecked country. Now remember, Mussolini is further down the path than Hitler. And Hitler is actually reading about Mussolini's fascist squads, seizing towns, and in 1922, when Mussolini marches on Rome and pressures the king to hand Mussolini the government, Hitler reads about this, and he wants to do the same. Hitler wants to do a Mussolini. He wants to seize the city of Munich and then march on the capital, Berlin. So he and 600 of his brown shirts surround this beer hall. This is a place where politicians come and give speeches to like huge groups of people. Hitler wants this to be
drag
the
show. What?
For his takeover of the country. He enters the hall, pulls out a gun, and shoots the ceiling. And then he yells out that the national revolution has begun. He claims that the government has fallen, which it hadn't. He's trying to rally the huge group in this beer hall to join him. And it totally fails. By the next day, his little coup attempt has collapsed,
you're asking
and
the
he
Jew I was
is
talking about
arrested,
in the
and he finds
control
himself in jail,
big
along
poster
with
of
a few of his
the
co-conspirators.
American Democratic
Though he was in
Socialist Party,
jail, he somehow
New
still
York
had
Jew,
access to newspapers
burning.
and books and a typewriter. Meanwhile, in Italy, Mussolini is now dismantling.
I don't know who Ron Paul, the
democracy
politician,
from within,
is.
And Hitler is reading about all of this, and he resolves to not give up. He doubles down on his goal to take over the country. So
I'll
in
look
jail,
it up.
He spends a lot of time writing, typing up his story. Now, there's a lot of sources that say that he actually just dictated it and didn't write it, and that he wasn't a great writer or whatever. But the most recent scholarship concludes that Hitler was writing. He was writing his ideas on race, what had caused all of Germany's problems in the first place.
Nigga, he from
types
Texas.
it all up into pages that would eventually become
Although-
a book that's part autobiography, part racial manifesto, part political blueprint for another.
He was
attempt at a
Libertarian Party
revolution,
and then
Mein Kampf.
Republican Party.
It's a book full of hate and conspiracy theories, and it's his
even
story.
Jew, though?
Much of it invented, a simple story that he knew would appeal to the psychology of
I
millions
can't
of
say
desperate
that like
people,
that.
looking
I'd
for
say
someone
enough
to
shit.
blame for their
I
misery.
don't even fucking.
And for that question,
Clearly, I don't care.
Hitler's book had
People who
a
know me
very
know what I
clear
mean.
answer.
People who don't,
It all
well,
came back to communism and the Jews. And really, Hitler concludes
Libertarian
the Jews,
conservatives' ideas
which he
on
deems
campuses.
an impure race who are using communism as a weapon to undermine and ultimately destroy the German nation. All problems come back to this.
The unseen enemy is the Jew
Take it easy,
who
Stu.
organizes the international conspiracy, and then that story is kind of the master narrative.
And according to Hitler, to prevent that from happening again, he says that the nation would have to be purified.
Stu said we shouldn't be fighting Israel. So, religiously, I am agree. Black people really upset with white people being like, we are the true Israelites, when the original Israelites were people of color, right? And not that white people didn't exist before then. It was just they had a harder time getting to Egypt and all that than the rest of them. You know what I mean? We really didn't start going on all of that way until fucking early Odin years. You know what I mean? I get the whole spiritual grafted and whatnot, but they have every right to be upset with what Israel does with the rest of the world. And even Democrats complain about it. It's like, why are we funding Israel? I don't think we should. They can't stand on their own. They shouldn't be able to exist. And I say the same thing about Muslim-controlled countries that can't stand without our military intervention and whatnot. Or our governmental handouts to them.
Purification would have
you know?
to be based on blood, a shared race, and the
Why are we giving money to
reclaiming of
Ukraine?
the sacred land that gives it life.
Can't defend themselves against Russia. Maybe they
Blood
should go back
and
to Russia.
soil. People and race. And finally, Hitler's book diagnoses.
Call it dark, call it
where
cold-hearted,
Hitler
but
went wrong. It's basically the only accurate part of the book, where he assesses that in trying to.
I know,
take
and why
over
is
the
that
country
such
in
like
that
a
Munich beer hall, his big mistake
skewed
is
fucking
that he
thought
tried to
of
jump
like
from here to here, using violence, but without gaining that mainstream acceptance from business elites and from the democracy
Right.
that Mussolini had done.
So, like,
Violence alone, he
why is
now
that
sees,
such an extreme thing to
would have been
think,
enough to
especially if
So
you
his
want to
book
be a...
outlines a strategy for how he'll do it next time.
So, I don't understand why people get upset that we should be funding causes that the left prop up, that we need to support and fund and be world police for because they're the little guy getting picked on by the bigger guy or whatever. Bleeding hearts fucking syndrome bullshit, right? And like, if we're an actual socialist country, you would be more worried about your tax-paying dollars not going overseas and staying in the country to support your free health care, your fucking maternity leave, your fucking, you know what I mean? Universal basic income, where people who can't work, they can still live like everyone else. And then, you know, the people who do work, who can get a little fucking extra fucking change and shit, right? Why are the same people that are like, we need to be more socialist, and those ideas, and I don't disagree with that, because we should do more to help out our less fortunate man and whatnot. It's our obligation as humans, you know. But why are we giving money to China? Why are we giving money to Russia?
Not a forced takeover, but in his words, a quote determined cooperation
Israel, Ukraine,
brute force.
Pick one.
Political aims.
China's the only one I get because we're so indebted with them with
democracy. He now understands that he must use
capitalistic fucking production and shit,
so that he can destroy it from within. In other words, Hitler is going to have to succeed in politics.
Fascism never cares about democracy, but is willing to use it in order to destroy it.
He gets out of jail in late 1924. And instead of trying another coup, he spends the next few years rebuilding the Nazi Party as a legal, competitive political machine. Remember, he needs to move from here to here, which means winning votes. He runs his party in the 1928 election. The Germans vote, and nope, the Nazis barely get any votes. But he's undeterred. He continues spreading his message of racial superiority and backstabbing by the Jews. He'll try again in 2 years in the next election. And this is when something happens that will help him out. 1929 just hit. Financial markets around the world crash. An economic depression sweeps around the world. And Germany, which was already not doing great, as we talked about, is hit harder than pretty much any other country. Soon, 1 in 3 Germans are out of work.
The fascists in Germany appealed to that suffering, basically whipping up a working class through xenophobia, through racism, saying to that working class, I feel your suffering, I see it, I'm going to relieve it, and you join me in this fascist project.
It was a powerful
join me with Antifa.
1930.
Join me with MAGA.
And more people turn out to vote for the Nazi Party. They're buying into his message. He's getting closer to this step. And if you listen to his campaign speeches during this time, it's pretty nuts. This guy is openly stating his intention of dismantling democracy and the party system if he gets power. Listen to this.
Something completely different from ordinary political preliminary party. I've given myself one goal: to sweep the 30 parties out of Germany.
He's calling for revolution, which people more and more want. But he's mixing in racial superiority and the easy scapegoat of Jews and communists. All of this found a wider audience during the Depression.
Clip this. We have a really easy scapegoat right now, right? The entire world had just found out, the ones who are paying attention, that this entire fucking world, especially Whore of Babylon, America, that Hitler, every politician in every country have been cannibalistic pedophiles who think they are the children of Kronos. And
look what happens in the next election. The Nazi Party gets more votes than any other party.
And we're still Israel this, Russia that, America this.
This is looking like acceptance. Not just by the political machine, but by the people.
That cult of Saturn system had so much control. Diane's dead.
And just
Michael Jackson's dead.
Top elites in business and politics don't like the communists.
Palm Beach
The
Pete is
communists
dead.
promise to come for their wealth and their power and take their land. And who's anti-communists? Well, Hitler is nothing if not anti-communist. So Germany's elected leaders do almost exactly what Italy's leaders did in this moment. Even though they're a little bit leery of Hitler, they
Would
let
a
him
true
lead fully.
democracy
They let him
be
become the
anti-both?
chancellor, the prime minister, basically, thinking that they could maybe use Hitler. to
Understand
keep the
how
communists down,
socialism,
while also keeping some
taxation
of his
works.
crazier revolutionary ideas at bay.
To keep society going, but also
Even though we're gonna,
capitalism
quote, form a government
progresses
under the leadership of
humanity's
Hitler, we are going to keep
ease of living.
the utmost restriction on this guy and his party, making sure that he governs, quote, within the framework of the Constitution. He's got some crazy ideas, but we've got him under control. Boy, that's
Ha 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 ha.
It's January
Vanessa said to
1933,
fucking
and
Wilson
Hitler
Fisk.
is in full-blown mainstream power, and from here things start to move fast. Less than a month later, somebody sets fire to Germany's parliament building, and the man found at the scene of the crime is a communist.
He uses that to say we have a state of emergency.
State of emergency. Very powerful tool. Within days, he suspends the Constitution.
And from then on, the entire Nazi regime was based on the suspension of all liberal democratic laws and freedoms.
Freedom of expression, freedom of the press, protections from search and seizures, all suspended. Within months, he's abolished
Communism
all of the
does
political
that
parties,
too when they
something he
get
said he was gonna
really
do.
far in control.
It's 1934.
Not Mussolini's communism, but every communism that got adopted after Mussolini.
Absolute power.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 40.
Die Partei wird für alle Zukunft die politische Führungsauslese des deutschen Volkes sein. Das Ziel aber muss sein, alle anständigen Deutschen werden Nationalsozialisten.
Hitler stopped the child brothers and made his country the largest economic turnover. Yeah. No. So that was what made Hitler Man of the Year for Time fucking magazine before the shit with Pearl Harbor, a little before. They'll explain further, but like, I'm guessing this is around this time when he gets elected. You know? So I'd like to welcome y'all to the show. And put Pink Floyd's The Wall.
And those old myths, those racial fantasies about the Aryan race, become official policy of the state. And, just like Mussolini, Hitler begins his war against the people he had been planning for years to purge from society. Communists, socialists, Roma, disabled people, homeless people, sex workers, queer people, and above all, Jews.
What the Nazis did in their story about the Jews was that they assigned to the Jews everything that they themselves were doing. We were only responding to things which Jews have already done. We're the victims, and all we're doing is responding. So yeah, maybe we want to control the world, but that's because the Jews already control the world. Maybe we use propaganda, but that's because Jewish propaganda has already totally dominated the world information space.
Obviously, Hitler did not come across the black Hebrew Israelites. But isn't it kind of like a little fucking fucked up that like Hitler's right about Israel before Israel as a nation really even fucking exists? And I'm not blaming every white Jew for the actions of Israel and their interference with geopolitics, not just in America, but everywhere.
1935, he strips any German Jew of citizenship, strips them of their rights. And then in 1938,
yeah, I don't
he
agree with
unleashes
this.
his armed gangs on them. They destroy hundreds of synagogues, thousands of Jewish shops and businesses.
Just because I don't
smashed and
believe
burned.
the white people in
30,000
Israel
Jewish
are
men
the
arrested
true
and sent to
original
camps.
Israelites does not mean that spiritually they aren't.
Beaten, terrorized.
At least the ones that are living their lives to the Most High.
Hitler is just crushing
above
any group he opposes from within.
Black Cube Saturn
And once
bullshit.
complete, by the late 30s, he turns his view outward.
Poland, September 1939. The German foe begins its ruthless march of conquest and sets the stage for World War II.
This country is at war with Germany.
Make up for something
Hitler
I don't.
and his now ally Mussolini launch wars of conquest that devastate much of Europe. And as a part of those wars, Hitler implements a series of systematic mass murder campaigns, killing about 6 million Jews, millions of Poles, Slavs, Roma,
Genocide's
and
wrong,
other
period.
civilians that he marks as racially impure or biologically inferior.
I saw the October 7th attacks on Israel from Hamas, and I looked at as like an active attempt of genocide, as well as for a while I was on Israel. I was like, they have a right to defend themselves against Hamas, and they still do. But the extent that they went on to Palestine to stop Hamas, but fucked Palestine to shit. I do not like how he stripped people away from his freedom now, and that is something authoritarian communist regimes do, that are like actual legit communism by the book. Even the left agree, yeah, that was communism, but that wasn't real communism. That wasn't the utopia idea Marx had. Tell me why every fucking communist refugee want to go to America. Tell me why. From that fake communist country, that it wasn't real communism. I'll wait. I'll wait. I'm a little right. I hate communism. And I can understand the difference between socialism and communism, but most, if not all, roads of socialism ends up going to communism if it's not left unchecked. Just like he's gonna show
in this story,
the pendulum,
especially at this point in the chronology. But I want to now
What's that?
summarize what we can learn
Too far right?
from the rise of these two men, these two
Swing
regimes.
back too far
What
left.
It tells us about what fascism is.
And then
These men ended up
nigga from Peaky Blinders, which takes place during all of this bullshit, mind you, in America, in England. You meet somebody who goes far enough right and far enough left, you'll eventually meet each other. Or, you know, so like starting points, the right's here, they go too far right, they eventually find themselves on the left, right? And the left, they go too far left, they eventually find themselves on the right. And that nigga was like, and this is the majority of us. This is the majority of us. This is why I get so upset when people are just so blindly trustful to the two-party system at this point. I'm in the middle. I'm in that dot. I'm in that dot in the middle where I see the left, I see the right. I constantly seeing the motions. They're both, you know what I mean? Either going this way or that way. Like, and eventually just meeting each other again. You know.
applying a weirdly similar approach to gaining power. Both of them started with small groups that glorified violence against political enemies. Both of them created narratives that
and both sides are doing that right now.
And blamed their
both sides are doing it right
the
now.
Loss of that mythical past.
And both sides are doing it right
the
now.
Rebirth of their
they both
nation
have
under the leadership of a singular, charismatic, powerful man.
The left have not been able to promote a charismatic leader since Barack.
And both of them eventually got invited into the mainstream of a democratic system by positioning themselves
center liberate
the forces
that's probably the best I'd describe myself.
Socialism, and both vehemently called for the end
I'm right
of
on some things
in any form, even while they use
and the things that I'm right about.
And once in power, both dismantled democracy.
Some of the things I'm like,
so that no one could
ultimately people have their own
government and a society,
make their own choices. You know what I mean?
Run entirely by the glorified.
So like abortion shit. I'll get in that little. I'll pull that up after this one. So like, a soul's a soul. I didn't ask to come here. And if I could have asked, I'd probably have said no. But they don't have a voice, so they should be able to be born. And I also... the Soylent Green conspiracies of them taking babies for... fucking cosmetic fucking products and fucking, you know, stem cell... fucking whatever. You know what I mean? And, like, who are we to find at what point of that fetus is it conscious or not, you know? And, like, when is it not a life anymore, and why is a single-celled organism on Mars considered a life, but a multi-celled organism in a literal uterus is not considered life? Also understanding women's... they should absolutely have the right. They feel like they can't do it. Their partner's not going to step up. It's going to be harmful too. And this is why I was like, you know, if I had a choice, I would have told my ma, hey, morning after pill is fine. But the process of abortion is it's horrendous. And scientifically, there's evidence that the fetus does fail the process, which baffles me. Really, 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 really fucking baffles me. But like, you know, gun rights. I'm right. To the point where I'm like, I should not own one right now, and I'm willingly giving it up. But, you know, not everybody who's mentally ill should not be able to own I don't believe that everyone who's mentally ill should not be able to own a firearm. I think it's a case-to-case basis. You know what I mean? Especially if you want a well-formed militia against far-left communists and far-right fucking fascists. Yeah.
Leader, which he then used to
kind of socialist with drug use, you know,
getting them to act
libertarian with drug use,
the leader could mobilize
which
first at home,
it was just decriminalized and to an extent supervised, so people are getting clean shit at least.
The list
you know,
defines fascism. There is no the
they want to be an addict. They can afford to be an addict.
In the source code of
whatever.
History, this is the list that we believe
can't really say shit.
Defining features.
Look at me right now.
But now the hard part, the part that's up to interpretation that everyone watching is going to have a slightly different read on. What happens when we apply this list to today?
EVE Online is a vast...
After decades of more and more countries becoming liberal democracies, meaning democracies that prioritize individual rights and try to ensure that everybody gets treated equally by the law, the world has seen a reversal. There is a
I'm as far right as you can go with gun rights and center on drugs. Center on religion.
Rights in Hungary.
Israeli lawmakers declaring that only Jews hold the right to self-determination.
Judges say Poland's judicial...
I think it's kind of fucked up that Muslims in England are like kind of like making dogs illegal and shit over there. It's like, you own a home, you don't want a dog in your home, you don't want a dog in your property, religious freedom, whatever, you know what I mean? is part of the reason why I fucking cleaned up the dog shit from the playground, because like I know there are a lot of Muslims here, and they do look at that shit as like haram and dirty and shit. And, you know, like, you know, I was grossed out by it all of winter too, and like fucking, you know, they've been, you know, it's like, admire the dog, can't touch the dog because of religious shit, but you want to have a dog in your home, cool, you know. We ain't gonna fuss about it. I don't really care about lead. You're on coke, meth, and fent. Yeah, I'm not.
Independence is being violated.
Snow was nice. Molly was nice. Psilocybin's nice.
Pair that with the uptake of the visibility of.
I don't know if I want to do acid. I don't want to know if I do a DMT. I think I'm a little too awake already. You know what I mean?
Making celebratory jokes about gas chambers.
Think I'm already enough spiritually awake. I don't think I need any other extra fucking stimulants or hallucinogens. There's your guy, motherfucker.
There you start to understand.
There's your guy.
In serious people, sounding the alarm bell that this is maybe the return of fascism of some form. Using it not just as the generic insult, but actually saying that we're like in some version of the 1930s. They're citing modern events.
Angry anti-Muslim mob tore through the town.
That are concerning to them.
Greenland should be part of the United States.
That they say meet the criteria of fascism. Like the rise of militia groups, vigilantes, government death squads, violent ultra-nationalist groups, strongman leaders who invoke an idealized past, promising to make their nation great once more. Massive displays of loyalty and support for the leader and the regime. And of course, blaming the country's problems on some kind of outsider, like radical socialists and communists.
Foreign Christian-hating communists,
Yo, Chud.
Marxists, and socialists.
So,
yes, I use the word.
Tomorrow, physical therapy, I'm gonna go through downtown, and I'm gonna show you everything on Church Street in Burlington that, like, it's fucking anti-homeless, even though I agree that they shouldn't be using in City Hall Park and shit. I shouldn't have to worry about keeping Narcan on me in City Hall Park.
You might see this and say,
and if so, I should be able to smoke a cigarette and some weed in City Hall Park without getting fucking hounded. Because some cunt shot up in it, you know?
Hitler and Mussolini did, which either means there's no fascism,
or just like anti-fun too, like anti-skater and shit. Like,
has a sort of limited usefulness. Can it be fascism unless it checks all the boxes? Or are some of these so dire and scary that you check one or a couple of these and that's fascism? I asked the experts on this, and it turns out they all have slightly different answers. And I think we can learn a lot by understanding each one. First, Federico Finkelstein, who says that what we're seeing today isn't fully fascist.
ATF is the fun police.
But that we're...
See, nigga, this is one of those things where, like, I'm going to have to argue with you against that. Because the ATF, to an extent, they are the fun police. But the ATF, with alcohol, they want to make sure the alcohol that is getting given out to the public is not poisonous, not too, you know what I mean? Firearms. Ghost guns are a thing to the point that you can buy every part without a serial number, essentially, and assemble it yourself, so it's a non-existent firearm. And I don't know how I feel about the government wanting to, like, go after ghost guns and shit, but also knowing these are the types of firearms that are used in mass shootings. And then, as well as, like, we're also in a age where, like, niggas can 3D print the firearm as well. You know what I mean? Like, and then the tobacco.
Still missing some really key pieces.
This is one of the things.
Without dictatorship.
Tobacco is one of the things where, like, I'm on both I like the taste of the native reservation more. I know what I'm getting is a more clean product, less chemical pesticides, and more natural hippy-dippy pesticides things going on in the native reds. You know what I mean? However, due to suffering a house fire of a stray cigarette butt from some Native American reservation cigarette that got caught up on a mattress that my sister's property manager left pushed up to that building. Me, Mikey, her baby daddy, this other dude, Jesse, who was staying with us for lost like everything. That fucking fire. And it's because they are more clean, but they don't have the self-putting out chemical that tobacco has that you buy from stores and shit. That if you're not drawing air off the cigarette, it's going to go out on its own. As where the Native American reservation cigarettes, you smoke off them, and if there's any air source, it's just it's like a normal fucking fire, dude. You know what I mean? You just
the destruction of democracy.
I would trust cocaine more if it was regulated by the government. I would trust marijuana more if it was regulated by the government. I would trust the government more if instead of chemical byproducts they were
democracy itself. It might play by the rules
home remedies of natural substances, you know.
Wants to destroy democracy, destroy votes and parliaments, and in most of the places that critics use the F word to describe, these nationalist leaders still operate within some kind of democratic system, even if it's just in name.
Ez azt mutatja, hogy a magyar demokrácia köszöni szépen jól van, él, virul.
We will not forget our constitution.
Finkelstein's point is that until these leaders start calling for the end of voting and constitutions, their regimes remain here, not here, and thus they aren't fascist yet.
I think there is a fascist risk. They are constantly at the verge of turning democracy into dictatorship.
And this is why Finkelstein's book is called Wannabe Fascists, because it describes leaders who have followed some of this path of the interwar fascists that we've talked about, but they haven't gone all the way, even if they maybe want to. Fascism, according to him, takes place only over here, when democracy ends fully.
Fascism wanted to destroy democracy from within in order to create an extremely racist and totalitarian dictatorship.
Meanwhile, Roger
so you work in the tobacco and alcohol industry, so I know you know what the farmer life is like. Therefore, I know you know how hard it is to find people wanting to do the farmer life for the wages the farmer can afford. This is one of those things where I'm a little bit more Democrat, even with the open border policy that we have had for the last couple of years. You don't work in the tobacco and alcohol industry anyway. My point, the point I'm trying to make still stands. Is like the illegal the illegal immigrants, blanket stretched refugee status people who are here. You're not committing violent crimes. You're not committing DUIs. You're not constantly hopping the border, illegally, and you're like working, stay here. Give them social security numbers, let them stay here, you know what I mean? Integrate them. The ones that, nigga, fucking on Dorset Street a couple weeks ago, ICE was pursuing a motherfucker. He fled in this home. It took 9 hours because protesters showed up for them to get a judicial warrant to enter the property, and by the time they entered the property, the original guy they were pursuing wasn't even there. So the liberals were like, oh, hey, yeah, you didn't even get the guy you were looking for. And then one of the people that they arrested, two of the people that they arrested out of the three, one of them had been arrested, warned on his arrest for suspected human trafficking bullshit. And it infuriated the fuck out of me because for like 3 years, Biden's in office, and as soon as Trump gets back and will release the Epstein files, human trafficking this, sex victims that, yada, 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 and then you don't care about the low-level sex trafficking victims that may have been happening from that fucking dude that was arrested.
One of the top experts in the world on fascism also says that until democracy is totally wiped out, it's not fascism.
But like
where he disagrees with Finkelstein,
and the people who came here illegally,
away from this word
they're not committing crimes, they're not being violent, they're not
today's nationalist
attacking shit. They should be able to stay here.
Because we're so
they're working in
obsessed with the rise of
society, they should
fascism,
be
we
able
are
to
not
stay here.
looking at what is the novelty of what's happening. What I believe you're seeing is not the rise of fascism, the return of fascism, but the rise of illiberal democracy. Illiberal democracy.
Griffin argues that democracy and fascism aren't the only two options here.
Illiberal
There's
democracy.
A third bad thing that we can be, where we don't trip the fascism alarm fully.
Illiberal or illiterate.
And votes. But leaders, instead of destroying democracy from within, they distort them. They get rid of their liberal features. And by the way, quick side note, liberal is a kind of confusing word. Here in the United States, we use liberal to describe a left-of-center political leaning that supports things like social programs, gun control, and higher taxes for the wealthy. But in this case...
Calendar. I'm doing on Cross's head. Authoritarian, libertarian, right? Authoritarian, libertarian. There's your north and your south. We have a democracy, and then we have republic. We're a constitutional republic with a democratic voting process. Therefore, we're a little bit down here in the libertarian area, right? The authoritarian area is where the far right, and this is the far right. This is the far right that they're talking about. That's your fascism. The far left, over here, your fucking communism.
I mean liberal in the way that it was used in like the 1800s and is used by political scientists today. Liberal, like liberty, like governments that ensure individual rights and freedoms, equal protections for everyone, regardless of your group.
Bipartisan. Bipartisan.
Votes and a parliament and representation, but don't have the liberal features that a liberal democracy has. And Roger Griffin says that this is the thing we should be worried about. That calling it fascism takes our eye off the ball of this new thing, illiberal democracy, where these nationalist leaders are distorting democratic systems.
Same with communism.
Power, making societies less equal, while still running it like a democracy.
What we have got are new forms of nationalism which are contained within democracy instead of calling for the replacement of democracy.
This was surprising to me. When I started researching this story, I was under the impression that like all the experts agreed that fascism was back in some form, but they don't.
We are not there yet.
See what scholarships
Ah, you
qualify
cunt.
for. Visit edu.edu/myoffer.
This man, when we shoot these scenes, eats all the food. I gotta stay in the moment. I gotta be in it. But
Yeah, I get that.
That is until you talk to some other experts who say that it is fascism.
The reason we need to use that term is behind it is a concept that helps us understand what is going on right now in the third decade of the 21st century. We need to see that history does not repeat itself in the same conditions in the exact same circumstances.
No, I agree with that.
This says that our checklists are a distraction, that we're reading too much into.
My argument is the people who were on his side that want to prevent history from repeating itself are going to be the same people who inevitably cause history to repeat itself. Whether they are the Mussolini Chekhov's fucking gun or they are the Nazi party. I am worried that the far left are they are so concerned about preventing it from happening that they do not realizing that they are following in the footsteps that had made it happen in the first place.
Into the specifics of the 1930s.
You don't need all of
I'm really worried about that.
Fascist control and push forward with a fascist
Like, significantly worried about
William
that.
Robinson says that if you do want a checklist, the most important item on it is actually this one, where ultra-nationalists become accepted into the mainstream by the elites, like Mussolini and Hitler were. This step, where the people in power decide that these nationalist groups that tolerate violence are useful to them.
That's a
And that is the biggest issue with that particular statement right there is both parties can easily put themselves in the part of power. You know what I mean? And apologies. They make the very thing that they're trying not to make happen.
form of trying to re-legitimate the system.
This view says that in order
What you
for
end up
fascism
running
to
for
actually
ends up
succeed,
chasing
it
you.
needs to bring together a specific alliance.
Quoting
a kind of
my nigga Tyler,
triangulation.
or
first a vulnerable receptive
one Tyler
population.
told me.
This triangulation then brings together the fascist project with a mass social base. But the third dimension is the ruling class. It controls the economy. You see when Trump gets inaugurated for his second term, you see behind him are all of the big tech oligarchs. Right behind him, the capitalist class in the United States have now come on board.
And finally, you have a view that says that the most important items on this list are these. It's the way the leader talks, the way that they talk about the past and the future.
What fascism does.
This is the ones that focus on these four and negate this very top and very bottom checklist points are the same people that I'm talking about that are going to lead society back into fascism. Whether they believe Donald Trump to be their savior, or Bernie Sanders and Ocasio-Cortez, or whatever face puppet the Democratic Party wants to put on their face at that fucking moment. They only look at these four things and have no care about this part or this part. So they call everybody in these four things Nazis. And I would argue it just diminishes and destroys and defecates on free speech.
Is it promises a return to an order. And the order, of course, didn't actually ever historically exist. You're creating this sort of tabula rasa, this smooth surface on which the fascist story of we were always innocent can then function.
For people like Snyder,
Fascism starts when politics stops being about the future and starts to become about a mythic story of a glorious past, a humiliated nation, and a leader who promises rebirth.
If we could just somehow get the enemy off our screen, off our phone, out of our country, then there would be this harmony that would come back. There will be...
And I got back to this earlier, which is why I get so upset with people in my live chat that try to like troll me about this. We for once have a actual legitimate bipartisan agreement about certain people who are running this fucking Ponzi-ass scheme game that is going out there right now. And should generally be under the consensus of pedophiles, wood chippers. And I'm going to speak. I'm not a pedophile. I've seen child abuse shit. I've had a pornography addiction that made me normalize shit that I shouldn't have, and I don't normalize it anymore. And I hate myself for even normalizing it as a fucking child, even though I was a child, I didn't know any better. I believe childhood sexual abuse from adults happens more often than people want to necessarily admit to. But I have been pretty continuing cycle of hatreds and vengeance and whatnot. Has it worked out for any other character that I've liked in media?
There'll be happiness. There won't be conflict anymore because conflict was always brought by the outsider.
And listen, every one of these experts has a different read.
I don't see any major movement in the West that is trying to replace democracy with a totally different system.
You can't say that because Hitler came to power in Germany and then almost immediately suspended any and all democracy and just became a dictatorship overnight, that therefore any fascist project has to follow that same model. There's not one road to fascism.
When you use the list mechanism, you're missing a kind of the historical sensibility you need to actually recognize that thing for what it is. And that is because what we want to do is we look for the rational core. In my view, that has not proven to be predictive. More predictive would be to look for the fight, the struggle, the enemy, and to dwell on that.
And you're seeing why the experts disagree here. They disagree on how much we should read into the 1930s, how much the word fascism actually matters.
Because humans are fickle creatures and can get manipulated by the red versus blue paradigm so easily that they can get people to flip whenever they want them to flip if they feed them the right information on the internet and they are not spiritually centered enough to be like, y'all niggas, y'all niggin are fucking retarded ass, motherfucking bitch ass, fucking
Obviously, 21st century
doomed to
fascism
repeat
is not
society's
going to look
mistakes
like
because you
20th
don't want to look
fascism,
at
but
history.
it's going to have that underlying essence in common with the 20th century variant.
There are important fascist elements here, and it will be problematic to deny that there are connections to fascism.
But if we get too obsessed with fascism, it takes attention away from actually looking carefully at what is happening to democracy.
How much is late-stage communism disrupting and destroying democracy? And I'm even being like, mid-early stages communism, socialism, good, great. Have them work with capitalist ideas, and we would probably have that utopia every nigga be looking for, but we're just Red versus blue. I ignore you. Red versus blue.
Democracy, whatever we call it, is in many ways more dangerous than fascism.
Illiberal democracy, I think, is inaccurate, but because it's inaccurate, it's sort of pacifying. If you think
an
that
illiberal democracy, an illiterate democracy,
illiberal democracy, then you can say, oh, we'll have another election and maybe the liberals will win next time, right?
The question of what is a fascist cannot be answered in simple terms.
Don't let your vacation rental and its pool be invisible. Get seen,
damn,
on booking.com.
and damn, Stu.
You support Israel and the
Stu.
Jewish people. Now,
Stu.
more than ever, Israel needs committed friends around the world.
He clapping during Israel.
Her struggle for peace and security, especially as terror.
I'm also in agreement. Irans
really
just want to
daunting.
dick the shit out of Israel too.
Is today fascism?
And
or
that's not gonna.
Instead,
It ain't
what
gonna.
I have after this long journey are a series of patterns: glorified violence, elites who think violent groups can solve their problems, the destruction of a democracy, a myth, a lie, a fake history, a fake promised future. So I guess I now know what fascism isn't. It's not any politics that I don't like. Instead, it's a kind of method, a kind of view on power. Fascism instantly conjures the worst of human.
The hammer's walking in the wall.
Cruelty. How far we can fall under the right circumstances. In that way, it's a valuable reminder, a warning. But that same weight also makes it hard and difficult to actually be useful. It ends conversations as often as it starts them. Still, there are a few things I feel sure about after going through this history. Domination, violence, hierarchy, those aren't the exception in human history. They're actually the norm. For most of our existence, the way that we've organized ourselves in large groups has relied on force and fear and inequality. And we'd be foolish to think that the ugly instincts of control and submission and vengeance, that those things are just gonna go away. So when we study fascism, what we're really seeing is those old ugly instincts coming through. We'd be naive to think that we're beyond it, that we're too smart or too modern.
This is
to
gonna
fall
get me
into the same
copyrighted.
patterns of fear and control. We're
After
not
this.
human. We never have been. This video isn't the final.
We're good. We're good. Fascism.
Would you like to see returning again, my friend? All you need to do is
Native American quote about the left and the right belonging to the same bird. What possessed me to stream the things that I have tonight? Speculations, chat? My speculation is I have seen enough of the left and the right boot. Stabbing the poor? Who's stabbing the poor? Who's stabbing the poor? I am the poor. All life is, though, stabbing the poor. Let them eat cake. I call it the Ponzi scheme, and I'm called all the most horrible names ever I can fucking think of. I expose the rituals people are doing, because I've experienced them. I'm reading, you don't have an issue with the ATF if they only work in the tobacco and alcohol. Like I said, would you like to have cocaine that's not cut with fent? Would you like to have Molly that's not cut with fent? Anyway. The ATF doesn't deal in that field. Still. It's all Uncle Sam's hammers, man. You not get it? It's all Uncle Sam's hammers. ATF, DEA. what we're gonna do about it too. You don't think every field on this planet is like 24 hours surveilled? Huh? Which one next? This one. This one. Finish my munchies, get another beer, and finish this song. Wanted for crimes against mankind. God damn it. Here, Greasy. Mine is today. I'm having a depression day. Sorry. Even grab a beer. Shit. Whatever. Why do you look like fat me with long hair? You guys suck. I hate you. I hate you. So I munch my face with fucking... Alright. Ugh.
Going back to school doesn't mean starting from scratch. At Purdue Global, the learning you have gained through experience you already have matters, which means your degree may be closer than you think. Whether it's years of managing a team or volunteering in your community.
To chain talent to one specific corporation. In the world of big business, there's an idea known as golden handcuffs. Companies will give their high-value employees lavish incentives to make sure they don't leave. Stock options, equity, bonuses, all ways to chain talent to one specific corporation. But what if instead of working at any high-value company, your job was making TikToks? And instead of vacations to Bermuda and a new Benz, the thing making you stay was millions of people watching you destroy your life on a daily basis.
This person likes to wear diapers and soil them.
Trying Wingstop for the first time. These are actually pretty decent.
But this TikToker is hiding a dark secret.
And the relaunch of the Discord server is coming soon.
It's 18+.
The server got new! No!
Nova Online is a man who has been repeatedly exposed for his inappropriate interactions with underage individuals, and yet continues to document every step of his life online. From his hoarding to his wall where he smears bodily fluids, his food reviews, and his most recent dive into
any issues with
content. He's a busy guy.
No.
I'm never making another Discord server again.
He did, in fact, keep using Discord, and it went about as well as you can imagine. A total disaster. It's clear that at this point, Gabriel yearns for the attention no matter what form it comes in, chains from which he will never free himself. We've got a lot to talk about.
No! So I know nothing's been bad.
Yes, I take it simply! Hey everyone, I just wanted to let you know I have gotten tons of comments and DMs asking about the Now you guys need to
It's your
stop-
guys' goal, huh?
I can post real videos to my new LG.
It's your guys' goal,
Nova
huh?
began his content creation journey on YouTube, posting Let's Plays of games like Minecraft, Brawlhalla, and Fortnite.
What's up, guys? Magic Wizard with the 5th video I have recorded so far today.
As dedicated as he was, this channel was lost in the sea of other Let's Players trying to do the same thing. So he switched platforms from YouTube to TikTok and swapped his format from video games to fast food.
I didn't swap shit.
For the first time, Cajun seasoned fries.
Talk out of my ass every stream. I didn't swap shit.
These are actually pretty decent. 8 out of 10.
This video got millions of views, changing Nova's life forever. An ironic fan base formed around him, eager
Give
to
us
see
what
what he
you
would
get.
do next.
Trying Ultra Sunrise Monster Energy, and if you're wondering why I'm not at home, I'm at my church for Bible camp.
Unfortunately for him, within a matter of just a few months, he was
Fuckers.
exposed for having an interest in diapers.
Wait. No. Wait.
This is obviously pretty strange, but in and of itself, it's not technically a crime. What might be is him sharing these strange interests with who he believed to be a 14-year-old girl.
Twinkle with how I wonder why you are up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky.
Following this incident, he was subject to being incessantly exposed for his strange behavior and chronically bothered by trolls to the point where his life became a bizarro version of The Truman Show.
I don't know if you can tell, but I've lost my motivation to shower and
I find comfort in
eating.
His house is essentially a hoarder's nightmare. He documented himself attempting to clean it, before promptly giving up when he realized it would take at least a little bit of effort.
Y'all know me as the food review guy, the karaoke guy, the guy that tried to do a house cleaning saga but kind of failed on that and is now cleaning his room at his own pace.
He also
Fuck you,
continued
Chad.
doing fast food reviews, only to reveal the effects of a pure slop diet on his bowel movements.
Hey y'all, so I think I'm gonna go stop going to the Wendy's that I normally go to.
After a series of failed Discord servers, he attempted to create a new one in May of 2025, trying to bring his fan base together at long last. This server featured several channels containing not safe for work content, but Nova and his mod team failed to have a proper age verification system in place, reportedly allowing minors to be exposed to some bad stuff.
I'm mad.
Clearly state you have to be above 18, but you gave a child moderator for singing in voice chat. What the fuck?
He also used the server to beg his fans for money, despite spending hundreds of dollars a month on useless trinkets and expensive DoorDash orders. A little bit of effort.
Y'all know me as the food review guy, the karaoke guy, the guy that tried to do a house cleaning saga but kind of failed on that and is now cleaning his room at his own pace.
He also continued doing fast food reviews, only to reveal the effects of a pure slop diet on his bowel movements.
Hey,
yeah, I heard this part already.
I'm gonna go stop going to the
It's not the part I
Wendy's that
misheard.
go to.
After a series of failed Discord servers, he attempted to create a new one in May of
No,
2025,
I don't.
trying to bring
That's
his
the
fan
thing.
base together at long last. This server featured several channels containing not safe for work content, but Nova and his mod team failed to have a proper age verification system in place, reportedly allowing minors to be exposed to some bad stuff.
The server rules clearly state you have to be above 18, but you gave a child moderator for singing in voice chat. What the fuck?
He also used this server to beg his fans for
What
money, despite
the
spending
fuck?
hundreds of dollars a month on useless trinkets and expensive DoorDash orders. And of course, he made
I never beg any of y'all niggas for money at all whatsoever. You offer, I play into jokes. Sometimes I don't realize they're jokes, and that's fine, whatever, but I don't...
made sure to share with everyone that his diaper was, in fact, full once again.
That's why you mog him? What even is the fuck are mogging? You
Within
should
a few
fight
hours,
Nova?
the
No, I
entire
don't
server
want to
was
fight
hacked.
Nova.
Nova was on live stream when it initially went down, having a total meltdown over the loss of his Discord kitten community.
The server got nuked! The server! No! Say something, I'm giving up on you. And there goes.
Oh, look.
Seriously?
But then, something strange happened. While this meltdown seemed pretty sincere, given it was the actual moment that he found out about the server being destroyed, he then made a TikTok about it.
I'm never making another Discord server again. This is the motherfucking fourth.
To be clear, it's not weird that he made a TikTok. That is what he does. What is weird is that to me, this seems like acting. We know his real meltdown happened on the stream, but for it to happen again and to be so perfectly timed, he knew what he was doing. These meltdowns get him clicks online where people comment to make fun of him, boosting it in the algorithm. And to his credit,
no, my meltdowns on shorts after and everything of those are still valid meltdowns. Check my 1,000-yard stare, I'm not lying. I am embarrassed as shit. Your poor diet, whatnot. I don't even want to get into that. I'm having this one last fucking handful. I'm putting these fucking diseased, infested pieces of shit back in the closet where they belong. But every suicide attempt that I've done has been legitimate. Every meltdown I've had over stupid shit has been legitimate. Fucking... That's why I don't have a problem. I'm one of the realest niggas you're gonna come across. I'm gonna be upfront about any mistake I've made. And even if I don't outright remember, I'm like, yeah, you know, if it's something that sounds like I something did, and I know I did it, to an extent, even then, I've not raped anybody, dude. I've not raped anybody. I've not taken advantage of anybody. I have felt more taken advantage of from my partners than anything else. I'm gonna be completely fucking honest. Like, I'm a dumbass that says dumbass shit on the internet. You may not have to agree with it. You may agree with it with some things, you know what I mean? And other things, yeah, fine, disagree, whatever. I know I'm not a fucking pedophile. I know I'm not jerking it to Lolly and fucking Shota. I know I'm disgusted with even my childhood self doing that. Like, people want to get on my ass about shit, fucking fine. I don't fucking care anymore. But, like, I have the same look at you motherfuckers that label me as a predator and shit when, like, y'all do shit I would never dream of doing. There's not a single person on the internet that I hate this much that would bother them to the extent that people in my chat have tried to bother me too. You know? Not a single human. Not even 10. Well, but can't change shit anyway.
It worked. The video got 15 million views, and once again made him the subject of commentary channels that hate him. Nova had officially achieved self-awareness of his status as an can't be bothered to online where people.
Booking.com has all kinds of stays.
You made me fucked up.
Others feel differently.
Now your job is to go back to find the timestamp that I was paused the fuck out of before I saw your comment of your crash outs are less crybaby than it's. I have crybaby moments. I ain't gonna fucking lie about that too, dude. I have crybaby moments, dude. But they're generally crybaby of like, I'm legitimately sorry I made the human being feel this way. Or like, nah, that's not me. You guys are fucking bullying asses, pieces of shit. You know what I mean? What? His shit, though, just the little bit I've seen so far, very crybaby, though. You know what I mean? My crybaby shit ends up being like existential fucking crisis bullshit, crybaby bullshit. Of like, Dark Night of the Soul bullshit. You know what I mean? I'm just a nigga trying to get through life, trying to be as loving as I can to everybody, because I wish everybody in my life was to me more, you know, and call me a retard for it. I don't. Man. fuck back in there. I don't even have a beer over there. I also need to pee, so like, one sec. Finish being. I told you, Chud, you better have that timestamp. You distracted me. Oh, fucking Christ. We're stuck in a fucking
Find exactly what you're booking.
ad anyway, so.
Booking.yeah.
Whoa.
Oh,
I just
fuck.
built a budgeting app in Base 44. Guys.
I don't know.
I just built an app.
Impossible. People comment to make fun of him, boosting it in the algorithm. And to his credit,
Oh my god.
within a few hours, the entire server was hacked. Nova was on live stream when it initially went down,
Go to.
After a series of failed Discord servers, he attempted to create a new one in May of 2025, trying to bring his fan base together at long last. This server featured several channels containing not safe for work content, but Nova and his mod team failed to have a proper age.
Okay, so here's another thing. Hold up. Hold up. So, my buddy Jay Cooker, one of the niggas that, I have a couple niggas that have given me the N-word pass. This is one of them. This was back when I was moderating for Ventus SGN. I'm definitely gonna call that nigga out. Nothing my use of the N-word, of him being black. But he a pedophile, and children in his Discord and whatnot were like, fucking, yada yada, he's bribing me with V-Bucks in order to play Fortnite with him and do other shit off stream with him and yada yada yada. And when I was moderating for him, I made a couple Discords for him, and I found it always weird that the chat was pushing me to do not safe work shit, and I tried to implement a shit where like I was checking your stream cutout. Am I back now? Cause like this is kind of an important story to the lore. This shit you don't know about, Chud. I was streaming before all this started with me back last year. Like, what was the last thing you heard me say? So yeah, Vetus SGN was like legit suspected of being a pedophile and shit. And he's a YouTuber on right now. He's still constantly playing with kids in his stream and whatnot. And I reported that shit. And he didn't make me. I offered to make Discords for him and whatnot. And like I tried to. We need a not safe for work thing. It's an 18 plus thing. And I was like, I don't feel comfortable with this. A lot of people Ventus plays with are like children and shit, and like, no, let's do it. And they had like a whole issue with me of like checking ID and shit to make sure like people were of age. Any accusations are taken seriously, so in fact, it's not. We assume 18 at the door, as all channels are age restricted, but we double check when needed.
Verification system in place,
And this
reportedly
was
allowing
before
minors
Discord
to be exposed to some
really
bad stuff.
The server rules clearly state you have to be above 18, but you gave a child moderator for singing in voice chat. What the fuck?
He also used this server to beg his fans for money, despite spending hundreds of dollars a month on useless trinkets and expensive DoorDash orders. And of course, he made sure to share with everyone that his diaper was, in fact, full once again.
Oh my god.
Within a few hours, the entire server was hacked. Nova was on live stream when it initially went down, having a total meltdown over the loss of his Discord kitten community.
What the fuck?
The server! No!
Say something, I'm giving up on you.
And there goes the server. Seriously?
But then, something strange happened. While this meltdown seemed pretty sincere, given it was the actual moment that he found out about the server being destroyed, he then made a TikTok about it.
I'm never making another Discord server again. This is the motherfucking fourth.
To be clear, it's not weird that he made a TikTok. That is what he does. What is weird is that to me, this seems like acting. We know his real meltdown happened on the stream, but for it to happen again and to be so perfectly timed, he knew what he was doing. These meltdowns get him clicks online where people comment to make fun of him, boosting it in the algorithm. And to his credit, it worked.
No,
the
I
video
don't
got
do
15
this.
million views. And once again,
I'm
made him
looking
the
for
subject of
humans to
commentary
talk to,
channels that
dude.
hate him. Nova had officially achieved self-awareness of his status as an internet punching bag, even playing into it as his only means of any online relevance. This is where I last left off with him, trying to recapture whatever semblance of relevance he once had by recreating his hits.
Can I get a French onion soup, please? I think it's time to recreate one of my most viral moments. Can I get a French onion soup, please?
So what's happened since then? Well, to say the least, his past has once again come back to haunt him. First, one of his former classmates named Casey came forward to share her experience with Nova dating all the way back to middle school. Over a 4-minute video on TikTok, she explains that he was a choir kid, but he wasn't accepted into the school's choir, so he made his own. What that apparently meant in practice was that he invited a bunch of girls over and told them that one of the requirements for his choir was for them to be comfortable with using exercise machines for music videos. I genuinely can't think of any reasonable explanation for this requirement, so I think we have to assume that Nova's gooning goes all the way back to then. The girl in the video eventually found herself in the situation of having to perform a couple of songs alongside Nova, but she decided she would rather not show up at all, which made him very upset, at least according to her. Later on, Casey claims that Nova asked multiple girls to go up to the front of the class, and once they did what he asked, he performed Love Me Like You Do by Ellie Goulding while giving the girls a Magic Mike style lap dance. Ladies and gentlemen, it is official. Quirked up white boys are no longer allowed to bust it down sexual style. Any hitting of the yoinky spoinky will be met with severe unforeseen consequences. That song is still fire, though. You can't even deny it. Of course, when she noticed the direction things were heading, the teacher stepped in and intervened, preventing Nova from permanently traumatizing a group of middle school girls. Besides this incident, Casey claims that pretty much every single girl that went to school with him was equally uncomfortable around him due to how touchy he was. And she closes the video off by sharing a video of one of their choir performances. As you can see here, Nova is the one in the red shirt, and his unique physique is pretty recognizable despite him being much younger. Now, as much as I'm sure everyone is tempted to believe every aspect of this story, there are a few things to note. Firstly, this story supposedly takes place in middle school, so I wouldn't take it too seriously, to be honest. And secondly, we don't know how truthful Casey is being. I'm not accusing her of lying, I'm just saying, remember to take everything that isn't confirmed in these stories with a big grain of salt. Besides this former classmate of his, there was also a former friend of Nova's who was in contact with with him since mid-2023, who was interviewed by two of Nova's main detractors named Solidus Nova and Bloodspeth. In this interview, she describes reaching out to him out of pity. She saw how much hate he was getting on TikTok and was hoping that by striking up a friendship, she could ease his sorrows. But over time, she came to the realization that he wasn't just hated for being cringy, but instead for allegations of predatory behavior. Over several screenshots of their Discord conversations, Nova can be seen talking about his general downtrodden state of mind. What's up? My brother is mad at me. Why? I just need time for myself. It isn't your fault, it's mine for being a loser. In another one of these conversations, Nova answers a simple, hey, it's been a long time, with, I'm depressed as hell right now. When asked about what was wrong, he says everything, before stating he has been prescribed antidepressants and has had multiple self-deletion attempts. His reasoning for these feelings is that he's been, quote, backstabbed, mistreated, and played with. Now, if he's truly having these very dark feelings in a very serious manner, then that isn't something to be played with. With that being said, based on the messages, the majority of his problems relate to his time spent online. A practical solution for someone like him would be to stop making videos and get a job. Both things that he is technically capable of doing. But as this video will make clear, his online infamy is somewhat of an addiction for him, and he thinks that the next hit is always just around the corner. From how often he brings it up in conversations, it seems like he's using the suggestion he will take himself out.
There's no next hit for me on here. What do you...
Is a way to garner sympathy, down to the way he trails off every sentence with a ... like he's typing out a fan fiction on Wattpad.
This game is once in a century.
I don't want to make light of serious mental health issues here, but the last message he sends after talking about this is
like
not even the Trevor Project wants to talk to me. If you're unaware, the Trevor Project is the mental health hotline for LGBTQ people. As far as I know, he's not really LGBTQ, so I have no idea why.
As far as you know, I'm not really LGBTQ. Don't care what you think. Why would I lie about... Why would I make shit more complicated? How many best friends do I need to fucking lose over coming out to them, to the fact that I do buy shit with them? Both male and female. Until, like, you guys get that, like, I'm not faking my fucking sexuality and shit.
He mentioned this
just because I don't feel fucking comfortable of exploring physically with the fucking people to the point I've gave up exploring by myself with toys and shit even. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. What do you want from me? I just want to fucking die at this point. Like...
Hotline in specific. I don't even know if you can be banned or have your phone number blacklisted by the Trevor Project, but if that is true, you gotta wonder what he did to warrant that treatment. According to this former friend of his, he only ever initiated a conversation to engage in more self-pity and complain about his life, and had basically no personality besides that and his online persona. He never ever showed signs of taking steps to improve his life. What makes all of this worse is that Nova was explaining all of this to a girl who was still technically underage when they were talking. She claims that shortly after discovering him on Twitch playing Fortnite, she was invited into a call with him and one of his friends during his stream. But as enough time passed, he eventually turned his stream off, basically making it a private call between him and this minor. Nova's friend eventually took issue with this, and this is how she recalls it going.
He invited his friend, right? He invited his friend, and then halfway through he stopped streaming. It was me, him, and his friend, and then his friend goes, you sound kind of young. Nova, how old is she? And he goes, I don't know. And he goes, how old are you? And I said, I'm 15. And he goes, whoa, Nova, she's 15. And he goes, damn it. He screams, damn it, right?
Unsurprisingly, he had somewhat spurious motivations from the get-go. Although he never said anything outright sexual that we know of to this girl, he did convince her to tolerate him pretending to be a baby on voice chats, and even sent a few videos of himself in baby mode and hugging some plushie, as well as showcasing his iced out binky. Although their conversations never went beyond talking about hugging, I'd say that this could have escalated to something much worse given Nova's reputation. To me, this reads as Nova wanting to talk to someone under the guises of having mental health issues, only to then turn the conversation towards his strange interest shortly thereafter. His real motivation in all of this. If he was allowed to talk to people all day about diapers and whatever else, I really doubt we would hear about his depression very often. But despite these people being somewhat decent sources on how Nova truly is when the TikToks aren't being recorded, these are girls, and Nova is known for behaving quite differently towards girls than he does with men. We also have testimony from a former coworker of his, who despite having a pretty superficial relationship with him, managed to offer up some interesting nuggets of info. For example, this person claims that, contrary to Nova's constant pity party about how no place wants to hire him, at least in the case of the establishment they both used to work at, Nova wasn't actually fired, but instead, he voluntarily resigned. Nova supposedly quit his job because, in his own words, he was making enough money from selling cameos, and he lived with his mom anyway, so he wasn't in need of money. Not only is Cameo gonna come up again later, but it's actually come up before as a major issue for Nova. Cameo is one of the easiest ways to capitalize on having online clout. Basically,
Jason David Frank was heavily involved with Cameo, the Green Ranger. Why do you know what date? The date of what? The last time you put something in your burger bun? Because it's associated with a traumatic event, you dumb fuck. I haven't put anything since. How many fucking months is this now? How many
it's a website where you pay a few dollars for a celebrity to record a short video message for you.
Wandale Dingle.
It sounds pretty easy, but Nova also managed to screw this up. When a TikToker ordered his services, Nova recorded a shout-out video where he doesn't once name the person he's shouting out. This obviously renders the cameo completely pointless, as he could send that same exact video to literally anybody. When he deservedly got a 1-star rating, he contacted the TikToker on Discord, begging her to change her rating and even offering to record another video. Unfortunately, he never recorded that other video. It just goes to show how lazy and incompetent this guy truly is. With this much of a non-existent work ethic, there is no chance he could ever stop working and just do cameos.
I'm not trying to do that. I'm just trying to talk. I'm not trying to make money. I'm just trying to talk. I'm just trying to share my thoughts. I'm not...
The thing Nova's coworker says is that his roommate claims to have witnessed Nova wearing diapers. Only now have I really considered the logistics of Nova, a wet diaper enthusiast, working at fast food establishments. How would you feel if a greasy-haired, unbathed, bed-bug-ridden, wet diaper-wearing Nova online served you your food? Or even worse, what if he was the one cooking it? He's practically a walking OSHA violation. I actually don't know how he gets hired in the first place. Unfortunately, Unfortunately, the coworker didn't have much to offer besides that, as they didn't spend much time together. But that to me is also notable, because when girls give testimony of their experiences with Nova, they always report him trying to get as close to them as possible. But when it's just a dude, it's like he makes no effort whatsoever to try and establish any kind of relationship. While the information these two brought forward is pretty interesting, it totally pales in comparison.
I try to establish platonic relationships with everybody I meet. So, yeah. Anyway.
Comparison to other developments that took place after my last video about Nova, also relating to his past. Although it hasn't been something I focused on, one of the most notable incidents during Nova's online presence is the Uncle Drew meltdown. For context, in March 2023, during one of Nova's gaming streams, this randomly took place.
God damn it! Cocksucker! I threw away days! I'm feeling my uncle, and I'm not gonna put up with any more of this! I'm done! No, I'm not fucking okay!
To the people watching at the time, it was really hard to make out what Nova was even trying to convey, and when he came back, he stayed mostly quiet and turned his face cam off, until he half-heartedly explained what caused the meltdown.
If you've seen the Discord, you'll know what happened with me and my uncle again. We got into another argument. It was for a bullshit reason too. I forgot plans that we had made for Friday and I had scheduled something else. And then he got angry at me because I forgot.
With online trolls, no matter how aggressive and disruptive they could be, Nova for the most part would just respond by becoming despondent and feigning depression. Uncle Drew, on the other hand, was the one person that made him completely drop the act and go nuts.
And I'm not gonna put up with any more of this! I'm done! I'm done!
It's the unk factor that no one takes into account.
It rhymes with Uncle Funko.
Takis chili lemon chips. Light heat, big punch of lime.
And when you get iPhone 17 Pro...
Eventually, Bloodspeth managed to contact him and get some information directly from Uncle Drew. Nova was sheltered, only child, growing up afraid of everything. The relationship between us was good. I'm the only one to spend time with him, learning how to fish, work on cars. Grandma got him gardening. His mother and father got him into the computer as a way to babysit him so they didn't have to. If you take away his internet access, he has classic withdrawal fits. Screaming, just going off like any spoiled single kid. He's awkward, shy, and afraid of his own shadow. It's TikTok that told him who he can be and that he can do what he wants. There is no right and wrong to him, only what TikTok says, his own words. While these are interesting and definitely shine some light on the true character of Nova, according to Drew, Nova lied about what they had argued about. When he was asked about when their argument started, Uncle Drew replied saying he found out Nova had been lying to him about 2.5 years prior, but he was unwilling to say what Nova was actually lying about. There was no argument. There was him crossing a line. I put him on the spot over it, and it eventually led to me turning my back on him. It was him going on TikTok, saying false things, and acting like a pervert. That was the final straw. He needs to be under a doctor's care because he has issues, obviously, and if he's being a perv online, how long before he eventually acts on it? He's already been kicked out of the church and cost my sister her position because of his sexually inappropriate questions and his TikTok videos. Honestly, if I ever caught anyone harming a child, I would be hard-pressed to not put a bullet in someone for such crimes. I've made it clear to his TikTok friends threatening me that I'm always armed, and Nova knows this. Bloodspeth then asked Uncle Drew if Nova's TikTok followers had been harassing him, and Drew confirmed, adding that they had also been targeting his sisters, meaning Nova's mom and his aunts. The interview then comes to a halt as Drew says he's in the hospital and is on medication and would rather not say anything else. It seems he was the only person in real life who was truly alarmed by the absolute degeneracy Nova was getting up to, and that's probably why Nova hated him so much. He was the one man unwilling to enable or tolerate his disgusting lifestyle, unlike the people who had joined Nova's Discord servers. A few months later, Uncle Drew was sent the pictures which had leaked of Nova wearing a onesie and sucking on a pacifier. In response, he asks whoever sent him this stuff to report it to the local sheriff. I'm 18 months in the hospital, so he knows I can't come slap the crap out of him, so please call an officer. Most of this I had no knowledge of, and if my brother were alive, he would have been on top of it and made his life miserable. His mom is a I don't see it so it doesn't happen type. My respect for her is less than zero.
Tell you one thing, and I'm not ashamed to say it. My estimation of Nova Online as a man just fucking plummeted.
She's not answering my calls or messages, so again, she don't see it. A useless parent. She also lives on the internet, so good luck. Personally, I'd give him a good old-fashioned trip out behind the garage and bust his ass until he never wanted to see a computer or iPhone ever. We tried, but Nova has irresponsible parents undoing everything positive by not backing us up. And now there's nothing I can do to prevent it. I'm the only person that he had a healthy respect for. He learned the hard way when he said I wouldn't do anything right before he hit the floor, and I offered him the ability to get up and challenge me again. If I had my leg and the injuries healed up, I'd show up, let myself in, and pop him in his head and wait for law enforcement, and we would pull up his stuff and view it together and let them do what they can. Now, despite Nova's behavior, I do want to say that a personal uncle vigilante moment is not something that I endorse or support in any way. I do not think that any physical violence is a good idea in any form whatsoever. If any action should be taken by anyone, it's law enforcement in these scenarios. I doubt that's going to happen either way, but no one should be busting anyone's lips open over this stuff. Regardless, Drew does allege several things here. Nova's father had passed away, and his mom is his primary enabler, actively ignoring and pushing away anyone who will question her son's activities. Sadly, just 1 month after these messages were sent, Uncle Drew passed away, presumably due to whatever caused him to be in the hospital for 18 months. It's worth noting that in his obituary, it said that he spent his life working in special needs care. To me, this is interesting because when it comes to discussing widely hated internet figures, sometimes people will bring up that they're disabled in some way as if to justify the bad things they've done, or at least excuse them from suffering the consequences of their actions. If I am to believe this obituary, Uncle Drew spent his life working with people who were actually disabled. So at least in theory, he knew the difference between someone who is genuinely special needs and someone like Nova, who takes advantage of everyone's tolerance to do whatever he pleases. Ultimately, all I can say to Uncle Drew is rest in peace. If his account is true and righteous, then if it weren't for him and Nova's dad when he was still alive, who knows how bad things could have gotten before anyone else intervened. Especially given the fact that Nova could have avoided his entire downfall by simply purchasing one of my hats. This beanie is available.
This is the 1,400 hours a year you waste on your phone. With Purdue Global, you can turn that time into a degree. An extra 1,400 hours isn't
only at turkeytom.shop. It's useful for any event, okay? You can wear it with the suit, you can wear it to the mall, you can wear it on a lot of videos that clearly show a much younger Nova, as well as a Twitter account that's tied to him.
And I would just like to say thank you. Again. I've gotten over 100 views on my epic and epic card trick shots.
It's pretty shocking to see Nova before the greasy hair and the Discord mod physiognomy overtook him. It's even more shocking to see that 10 years ago, he was already making the same exact kind of content he still makes today, recording himself on an iPhone opening Pokemon cards. To this day, he still opens random trinkets, toys, water bottles, whatever his fascination of the week is, he opens them on TikTok. Also, another side note, his introduction here is clearly him imitating Jacksepticeye, who Nova was probably watching a lot at that time.
Welcome to Morning 280s, my name is Signana, and finally I can post real videos to my new LG Stylophone. So today I have an amazing video for you today. Merry Christmas to all. So I'm going to be showing you Pokemon figures I got for Christmas.
This is also reflected in his early YouTube content. Based on this, it seems his original intent was to make an honest-to-God gaming channel and have that succeed.
What's going on, YouTube? It is the phenomenal 9912334 coming back at you with an updated video today. And first of all, I would just like to say my channel is ultimately dead. But that might all change.
You can criticize Let's Players all you want, but those guys do have to work to make their channels succeed, especially people like Jacksepticeye or Markiplier, who have managed to maintain audiences over the course of the last decade and a half. Nova, meanwhile, gave up on trying before he even had a half-decent microphone. He grew impatient with his lack of success, and ultimately, when he finally blew up, for less than stellar reasons, he let the entire thing consume
I don't know what I'm doing.
rather than trying to make something people actually cared about unironically.
Today, we're gonna break down and finally do it. Guys, we are finishing our 100 fishing challenge.
It's really weird for me to see these old videos of Nova as someone who's made a few videos about him already, because you can clearly see that in another timeline, he could have grown up to be a normal person, but something went terribly wrong along the line, and now we're stuck in the bad ending. Based on Osama's findings, the final crack that sent Nova barreling down the black hole he currently finds himself in took place in 2021, as that's when he began following the teens in diapers topic on Quora. Right around the same time, on Nova's Instagram, he was saying that he had been having mental breakdowns, describing them as pounding.
Oh no. Oh no. What did I do? I'm sorry.
Well, we're still on the ferryboat Vallejo, my home, and as it happens to be a rather
I have
nice
no idea
afternoon,
where
we decided
Osama
to
came
come out
from.
onto the patio instead of working in the studio. I've been talking to you about the mystery of the curious sensation of nothingness that lies behind ourselves. First of all, I gave you the illustration of the blank space behind the eyes, about the silence out of which all sound comes, and about empty space out of which all the stars appear. And you'll remember that in the last talk, I likened this curious emptiness behind everything, to God, an imageless, non-idolatrous God of which we can have no conception at all. And I've also pointed out that basically, when you really get down to it, that emptiness is yourself. Now, it sounds very odd in our civilization to say, therefore, I am God, or for that matter, you are God. But you will remember, of course, that this exactly is what Jesus Christ felt. And he was crucified for it because in his culture, God was conceived as the royal monarch of the universe. And therefore, anybody who gets up and says, well, I am God, is blasphemous. He's subversive. He's claiming to be, if not the boss himself, at least the boss's son, and that's a put down for everybody else. But Jesus had to say it that way because in his culture, they did not have, as the Hindus have, the idea that everybody, not only human beings, but animals and plants, all sentient beings whatsoever, are God in disguise.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Now let me try to explain this a little more clearly. Because I cannot help thinking of myself as identical with, continuous with, one with, the whole energy that expresses itself as this universe. If the universe is made of stars, a star is a center from which energy flows. In other words, there's the middle and all the rays come out from it. And so I feel that as the image of the whole thing, that all energy is a center from which rays come out. And therefore each one of us is an expression of what is basically the whole thing. Now, therefore, whereas in the West, in the Jewish, Christian, and Islamic religions, we have thought of God not only as a monarch, but as the maker of the world. And as a result of that, we look upon the world as an artifact, a sort of machine created by a great engineer. There's a different conception in India, where the world is not seen as an artifact, but as a drama. And therefore, God is not the maker and architect of the universe, but the actor of it. And therefore is playing all the parts at once. And this connects up with the idea of each one of us as persons, because a person is a mask. From the Latin word persona, the mask worn by the actors in Greco-Roman drama. So this is an entirely different conception of the world, and as I think I shall be able to show you, it makes an amazing amount of sense. So we start from the premise that you, and you don't know who you are, you can't see yourself, and as I pointed out, you don't know how you grow your body, how you make your nervous system work, how you manage to emerge in this environment of nature. And so this unknown you, the you that is not you, the you that is not the ego, this is God. That is to say, not the cosmic boss, but the fundamental ground of being, the reality that always was, is, and will be, that lies at the basis of reality. That's you. Now, let's go into a more mythological kind of imagery. Suppose you are God. Suppose you have all time, all eternity, and all power at your disposal. What would you do? I believe you'd say to yourself after a while, man, get lost. It's like asking another question, which is, supposing you were given the power to dream any dream you wanted to dream every night. Naturally, you could dream any span of time. You could dream 75 years of time in one night, 100 years of time in one night, 1,000 years of time in one night. And it could be anything you wanted. You make up your mind before you went to sleep, tonight I'm going to dream of so-and-so. Well, naturally, you would start out by fulfilling all your wishes. You would have all the pleasures you could imagine, the most marvelous meals, the most entrancing love affairs, the most romantic journeys. You could listen to music such as no mortal has heard and see landscapes beyond our wildest dreams. And for several nights, oh, maybe for a whole month of nights, you would go on that way, having a wonderful time. But then after a while, you'd begin to think, well, I've seen quite a bit. Let's spice it up. Let's have a little adventure. And therefore, you would dream of yourself being threatened by all sorts of dangers. You would rescue princesses from dragons. You would perhaps engage in notable battles. You would be a hero. And then, as time went on, you would dare yourself to do more and more outrageous things. And at some point in the game, you would say, tonight I am going to dream in such a way that I don't know that I'm dreaming. So that you would take the experience of the dream for complete reality. And what a shock when you woke up. And you really scare yourself. And then on successive nights you might dare yourself to experience the most extraordinary things just for the contrast when you woke up. You could, for example, dream yourself in situations of extreme poverty, disease, agony. You could, as it were, work on the vibration of suffering to its most intense point, and then suddenly, whoop, wake up and find it was after all nothing but a dream and everything perfectly okay. And you would say, wow, man, that was a gas.
So there is breaking news that as of next season, the Nashville Predators will be airing their games on WNXP TV, which will be known as the Spot Nashville 28 for the entire season and for future seasons to come. The games will be free and over the air. So I was looking today, and I think it's the Ion channel, and I've got the Ion channel on YouTube TV, and as I've said, when it comes to the Predators and everybody else, all I want to do is to be able to click with the TV and get the game. And it's going to be that way for every provider. And you'll be able to get it over the air. It'll be on free TV. Again, the new channel, the Spot Nashville 28. We've got the press release in front of us, again, with the breaking news about the Predators and Scripps Sports. Scripps owns News Channel 5, have created a landmark multi-year media rights agreement that brings free over-the-air access to the National Hockey League's Predators games to fans across Middle Tennessee and beyond, beginning in the 2026-2027 NHL season. The new agreement allows Scripps to produce and distribute all local preseason, regular season, and first-round playoff Predators games that are not allocated exclusively to national broadcasts. Scripps Sports will also broadcast live 30-minute pre- and post-game shows for every locally broadcast Predators game. Scripps, which owns News Channel 5 in Nashville, plans to use its second full-power local station in the Middle Tennessee area, which will be the broadcast home of the Predators and be branded the Spot Nashville 28, beginning this summer, featuring news and entertainment programming in addition to all locally produced Predators games when the NHL season starts in October. The Predators and Scripps Sports will be introducing a new direct-to-consumer experience where fans can live stream the games throughout the local broadcast territory. More details on the streaming experience will be unveiled soon. And then there's a quote from Sean Henry about how much they like it. Let me say this. This has been in the works for a couple of years of the Predators wanting to be free and over the air. Because every time I'd hear people complain about the Predators and their ability to watch the games, I knew it killed them inside as an organization. And they couldn't complain about it publicly because they had a partner. What was originally Fox Sports Tennessee, then it would later be Bally Sports, and now FanDuel Sports, Main Street, Diamond, whatever you want to call it. They had a business relationship with them. And they could not publicly say, when fans would complain to a Sean Henry or to a Bill Wickett they would complain. They could not say, yeah, it sucks and we're furious about it, but there's nothing we can do because it is what it is. But that was the truth. They hated it. They hated the fact that fans couldn't get the games. They weren't sitting there thinking, hey, fans, go subscribe to DirecTV. No, they were thinking to themselves, oh, God, this is our fans can't watch our games. There was a game 2 years ago when the Predators were on that heater that propelled them into the playoffs. It was a home game against Vegas. They were down by 2 in the third period. They scored. Vegas challenged, lost the challenge. The Predators scored on the ensuing power play, and Roman Josi had an incredible whip around the back of the net, put it in the goal in overtime. The building was electric. It was awesome. And I started my radio show the next day because I was at the game. It was great. It was incredible. And I started my radio show the next day talking about the game. And I got a bunch of responses that were like, that sounds like a great game. Too bad I couldn't watch. And the Predators get that. They understand that 2027 is not the same as 1997. And so they spent so much time looking for a broadcast partner who could get the games out over the air. They know streaming is a part of it. That's why Scripps and the Predators announced that there is going to be a streaming element of this that's going to be unveiled soon. They know that because there are a lot of people that don't have any sort of cable, that don't want to get an over-the-air antenna, but they love to stream whatever they love to stream, so you'll have the ability to do that. But the most important thing is making sure that everybody who wants to watch the Predators can watch the Predators. In 2018, the Predators were the hottest thing in town. The 2017 run is the magical run everybody remembers, but 2018 was the year where there was all the excitement coming off the Cup final appearance, and then they were the best team in the league. Predators tickets were so hard to get that year because that was the thing to be seen in Nashville going to a game. And there was a game at the end of the season against the Florida Panthers where the Predators lost on this bogus, ridiculous goaltender interference call. And the next day, I was amazed. Again, it was a regular season NHL game. And this is Nashville, Tennessee. This is not Toronto. And the next day for 4 hours, Floyd Reese and I talked about it, took phone calls. Everybody had an opinion. Everybody had a thought. Because in 2018, everybody could get the game. You just had to have a cable subscription. Basic Cable got it. Xfinity got it. DirecTV got it. YouTube TV got it. If you had a television, you got that game for the most part. And then all of a sudden in 2019, we started to see the split between the cable companies and the regional sports networks. It started with Dish Network, who said, we have to pay so much money for these regional sports networks. We're not paying this. And if every single person in the world, every single person out there, ends up canceling our streaming service because we don't have the local games, then we'll change. And when that happened, not a lot of people changed. I've told the story about my 90-year-old grandmother who lives in Florida, and I wonder how much money she spent over the years paying for the Miami Marlins and paying for the Florida Panthers and paying for the Miami Heat to never watch a game. And at that point, the free lunch was over. And for the last 4 years, it feels like, there's been so much moving around the dial in order to be able to try to watch the game. I remember Willie Donick, when I was at the radio station, sent a text message to everybody on the radio station. And, you know, I love Willie with all my heart, but you could tell that this was bothering Willie. And that was that every one of us, me, Joe, Robbie, Caroline, everybody, was referring to things that were said on the national TV broadcast for a playoff game. And Willie was like, I know you guys keep saying that, you know, you heard on the TNT broadcast they said this or they said that, but why aren't you guys watching the local broadcast? And we were all like, because we don't want to go out of our way to get it. We just want to click and turn it on. And that's what you're going to be able to do now. And I guarantee you nobody was more frustrated about the way things have been and the inability to say anything about it over the last couple of years than Willie Donick. And so these games are going to be free over the air. Bingo. Kelsey says, right now, Ion is Scripps, which is off the air on Xfinity. If that does not resolve between now and then, I'll have to get an antenna. I hope they get their shit together. Let me say this. When it comes to, first of all, they're going to get a deal done. But I think the holdup in the Xfinity negotiations with Scripps is that Scripps is saying, hey, we're going to get Nashville Predators hockey. And we've got all these other hockey teams, too. They've got the Vegas Golden Knights. They've got the Florida Panthers. They've got a cadre of NHL teams. And they're saying, hey, let's get a deal done. It'll happen. This is not some company that doesn't have any money like the previous broadcast partners of the Predators were. They didn't have any money. And they had paid a boatload of money to get those RSNs. I actually blame the government for where we are today, because the government had the option to allow ESPN to own the regional sports networks as part of the Fox Disney acquisition, and they made them divest the regional sports networks. So thus, Disney sold them for a bunch of money to Sinclair, and it was one train wreck after another, because as soon as that deal went through, COVID happened and there were no local sports. I think this is just a great move for everyone. I think this is great for the Predators. I am curious to see what the programming on this new channel is going to be. If this is going to be a real, true Nashville channel that we can watch, I'm excited. I'm excited with what their plan is. I'm excited with the fact that, again, whether you're my 74-year-old dad or by the time this baby goes live, he'll be 1, but he'll be almost 2-year-old son. And he loves carrying the remote around, and he tries to put his favorite show, Noodle and Pals, on. My son will be able to access these games easily. And that's a huge win. The truth of the matter is, when you're behind a paywall, and I know this is somebody who works for SiriusXM, which is behind a paywall, it is hard to get people who won't go out of their way for you to find you. What I love about this show is, yes, we have a certain number of viewers and a certain number of podcast listeners. We basically get about 2,500 listens/views a show. Sometimes a little bit more. Sometimes, like the day that Robert Saleh got hired, we had 26,000. But that's basically what we're at right now. To me, that is the dedicated audience. Those are the people that listen to me every day on the radio, and they came with me over here. And I am so grateful about that. But we're also everywhere else. We're on TikTok. We're on YouTube Shorts. We're on Twitter. We're on everywhere. One tweet I had last week about Tennessee and Vanderbilt got something like 120,000 views. That is today's life. That is the world we live in today. And that is, hey, you got to get your product out to the people. The days of, hey, come find us, they're over. And the, hey, come pay for us and find us, good luck. It didn't work for the MLS. It didn't work for FanDuel Sports Network. It's not working, I believe, for these Major League Baseball providers that are putting packages together for Friday night, Apple TV, Game of the Week. How many people are subscribed to Apple TV Plus in order to watch baseball? I'd be stunned if the number is more than 5. Free over-the-air TV. I don't want to pay more. I just want to watch the game. That's where the Predators will be. Even last night, I've got the FanDuel Sports package via Prime Video. For me to get out of the basketball game and get to the hockey game, I have to exit one app and enter another. Not anymore. Next year, if the Predators drop the puck at 9:30 and the national championship game is still going on, I'll be able to multi-view it on YouTube TV. And that's why, again, this is a great day. This is a great announcement for the Nashville Predators and for their fans and people that will want to be fans who would love to watch the games, but they're not going to go out of their way to. Now, it'll be as simple as click, and you'll be able to get the games. Thank you, Scripps, for doing this so that now we will be out of our misery of having to figure out how to watch the game and which streaming service to use and what we're going to do and so on and so forth. So, good news all around for the Predators. Good news as far as Scripps is concerned. And this is, I'm reading from the Predators release right here. They sent an email to season ticket holders. It just came out. It said, let us be clear about what this means. Preds hockey available to you free and without barriers. No subscriptions, no confusion. Just turn it on and you are with us. If you have cut the cord, a simple digital antenna will bring the game straight into your home.
Well, how do you know that that's not what you're doing already? You sitting there with all your problems, with all your whole complicated life situation, listening to me, it may just be the very dream you decided to get into. If you like it, crazy. If you don't like it, what fun it'll be when you wake up. Do you see, this is the essence of drama. In drama, all the people who come there know it's only a play. The proscenium arch, the cinema screen tells us, well, this is an illusion. It is not for real. But the actors are trying to give us the sensation that it is for real. In other words, they are going to act their parts so convincingly that they're going to have us sitting on the edge of our seats in anxiety. They're going to make us laugh. They're going to make us cry. They're going to make us feel horror. Even though we know in the back of our minds, even though we have what in German is called a Hintergedanke, which is a thought way, way, way in the back of your mind that you're hardly aware of, but you really know all the time. In the theater, we have a Hintergedanke that it's only a play. But the mastery of the actor is that he is going to try almost to convince us that it's real. And so, therefore, imagine a situation where you have the best of all possible actors, namely God, and the best of all possible audiences, ready to be taken in and convinced that it's real, namely God, and that you are all many, many masks which the basic consciousness, the basic mind of the universe is assuming. To use a verse from G.K. Chesterton, and now a great thing in the street seems any human nod where move in strange democracy the million masks of God. And of course here it is. This is the mask of Vishnu, the preserver of the universe. And you see, it is a multiple mask to illustrate the fact that the one who looks out of my eyes and out of all your eyes is the same center.
Discover mattresses for every type of sleeper with no interest for 5 years during Ashley's Spring Savings Event, going on now. That's top bedding brands starting at only $37 a month. Plus free white glove delivery. Better sleep starts at Ashley.
You can do this. You can be the first millennial in history to book a trip on a device that is not their computer.
How? Yeah, how? I need a big screen to feel safe.
Kayak. They compare hundreds of sites, so you know you're getting the right flight, hotel, or rental car.
I'm scared.
We'll do it together.
Kayak. Got that right.
So, if I look at another human being, and I look straight into their eyes, isn't that curious? We don't like doing that. There's something embarrassing about looking into our eyes too closely. As if, don't look at me that closely because I might give myself away. You might find out who I really am. And what do you suppose that would be? Do you suppose that another person who looks deeply into your eyes will read all the things you're ashamed of, all your faults, all the things you're guilty about? Or is there some deeper secret than that? The eyes are our most sensitive organ. And when you look and look and look into another person's eyes, you're first of all looking at the most beautiful jewels in the universe. And if you look down beyond that, you see, of course, it's the most beautiful jewel in the universe because that's the universe looking at you. We are the eyes of the cosmos. So that in a way, when you look deeply into somebody's eyes, you're looking deep into yourself. and the other person is looking deeply into the same self, which many-eyed as this mask is many-faced, is looking out everywhere. One energy playing myriads of different parts. Why? Obviously, it's perfectly obvious. Because if you were God, and you knew everything, and were in control of everything, you would be bored to death. As I said, it would be like making love to a plastic woman. Everything would be completely predictable, completely known, completely clear, no mystery, no surprise whatever. Look at it in still another way. The object of our technology is to control the world. To have, as it were, a super electronic push-button universe where we can get anything we want, fulfill any desire simply by pushing a button. You know, you're Aladdin with the lamp. You rub it, the jinn comes and says, "Salam alaikum, I'm your humble servant. What do you wish?" Anything you want. And after a while of that, just as you would, in those dreams I described, decide one day to forget that you were dreaming, you would say to the genie of the lamp, "I would like a surprise." Or God in the court of heaven might turn to his vizier and say, "O commander of the faithful, we are bored." And the vizier of the court would reply, "O king, live forever, but surely out of the infinitude of your wisdom you can discover some way of not being bored." And the king would reply, "O vizier, give us a surprise." You know, that's the whole basis of the story of the Arabian Nights. Here was a very powerful sultan who was bored. And therefore he challenged Sherazada to tell him a new story every night, so that the telling of tales, getting involved in adventures, would never, never end. And isn't that the reason why we go to the theater, why we go to the movies? Because we want to get out of ourselves. We want a surprise. And a surprise means that you have to other yourself. That is to say, there has to enter into your experience some element that is not under your control. So if our technology were to succeed completely, and everything were to be under our control, we should eventually say, we need a new button. In all these control buttons, we always have to have a button labeled surprise. And just so that it doesn't become too dangerous, we'll put a time limit on it. Surprise for 15 minutes, for an hour, for a day, for a month, a year, a lifetime. And then in the end, when the surprise circuit is finished, we'll be back in control and we'll all know where we are. And we'll heave a sigh of relief. But after a while, we'll press the button labeled surprise once more. So then, there's a curious rhythm to this, if you'll notice what I've been explaining. And this rhythm corresponds to the Hindu idea of the course of time and the way evolution works. And their idea is backwards from ours. First of all, Hindus think of time as circular, as going round. Look at your watch, after all, it goes round. But Westerners tend to think of time in a straight line, one-way street. And we got that idea from the Hebrew religion and from, in particular, St. Augustine. The idea that there is a time of creation, then a course of history which leads up to a final eschatological catastrophe, the end of the world, and after that the judgment, in which all things will be put to right. all questions answered, and justice dealt out to everyone according to his merits. And that'll be that. Thereafter, the universe will be in a way static. There will be the eternally saved and the eternally damned.
Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back.
You never respected me.
Watch. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
So this is the female enhancement supplement from Ancestral Supplements. Each of these have specific organs in them: ovary, uterus, fallopian tube, liver, bone marrow, and then their gelatin capsules, which I love. So that one's going to support things like regular cycle, less cramping, clearer skin. If you just go and look at some of the reviews, it's pretty crazy. You can go check it out and see if there's something that would work for you.
Now, many of us may not believe that today, but that has been a dominating belief throughout the course of Western history, and it has had a tremendously powerful influence on our culture. But the Hindus think of the world as going round and round and round for always and always, in a rhythm. And they calculate the rounds in periods that in Sanskrit are called kalpas, K-A-L-P-A, and each kalpa lasts for 4,320,000 years. And so a kalpa is the period, or manvantara, during which the world, as we know it, is manifested. And it is followed by a period, also a kalpa long, 4,320,000 years, which is called pralaya. And this means when the world is not manifested anymore. And these are the days and nights of Brahma, the Godhead. During the Manvantara, when the world is manifested, Brahma is asleep, dreaming that he is all us and everything that's going on. And during the Pralaya, which is his day, he's awake and knows himself or itself, because it's beyond sex or anything like that, for who and what he, she, it is. And then, once again, press button surprise. And as in the course of our dreaming, we would very naturally dream the most pleasant and rapturous dreams first, and then get more adventurous and experience and explore the hot dimensions of experience. So in the same way, the Hindus think of a kalpa, of the manifested universe, of the Manvantara, as divided into 4 periods. And these 4 periods are of different length. The first is the longest, and the last the shortest. And they are named in accordance with the throws in the Hindu game of dice. There are 4 throws. The throw of 4, the throw of 3, the throw of 2, the throw of 1. The throw of 4 is always the best throw, like the 6 in our game, and the throw of 1, the worst throw. Now, therefore, the first throw is called Krita. And the epoch, the long, long period for which this throw lasts is called a yuga. So we'll translate yuga an epoch, and we'll translate kalpa an eon. Now, the word Krita means done, as when we say, well done. And that is a period of the world's existence that we call the Golden Age, when everything is perfect, done to perfection. When it comes to an end, we get Treta Yuga. That means the throw of 3. And in this period of manifestation, something is a little off. In other words, there's an element of the uncertain, an element of insecurity, an element of adventure in things. It's like, you know, a 3-legged stool is not as secure as a 4-legged one. You're a little bit more liable to be thrown off balance. That lasts for a very long time too, but then we get next what is called Dvapara Yuga. Dva, that means two. And in this period, the good and the bad, the pleasurable and the painful are equally balanced. But then finally, in the end, there comes Kali Yuga. And this means Kali, the worst throw, the throw of one, and this lasts for the shortest time. And this is the period of manifestation in which the unpleasurable, painful, diabolical principle finally takes over. But notice that it has the shortest innings. In other words, if you add up the periods of years which they assign to all the different yugas, you will see that the bad principle only has the stage for about 1/3 of the time. And at the end of the Kali Yuga, the myth goes on to say that the great destroyer of the worlds, God manifested as the destructive principle, Shiva, does a dance called the Tandava, and he appears blue-bodied with 10 arms, with lightning and fire appearing from every pore in his skin, and does a dance in which the universe is finally destroyed. There is that moment of cosmic death, which is, nevertheless, the waking up of Brahma, the creator. For as Shiva turns round and walks off the stage, seen from behind, he is Brahma, the creator, the beginning of it all again. And Vishnu, whose mask I have been showing you, is the preserver, that is to say, the going on of it all. The whole state of the Godhead being manifested as many, many faces. So, do you see that this is a philosophy of the role of evil in life, which is in a way rational and merciful? You see, if we thought God is playing with the world, He has created it for His pleasure, and He has created all these other beings than Himself, and they go through the most horrible torments. You know, terminal cancer, children being burned with napalm, concentration camps, the Inquisition, the horrors that human beings go through. How is that possibly justifiable under any system where we say, well, some God created it, and if a God didn't create it, and there's nobody in charge, and there's no rationality to the whole thing, but it's just a tale told by an idiot full of sound and fury signifying nothing, then you're liable to say the only out is suicide. It's a ridiculous system. But suppose it isn't that. Suppose it's the kind of thing I've described to you. Supposing that it isn't that God has all these victims and is pleasing Himself, showing off His justice by either rewarding them or punishing them. Supposing it's quite different from that. Supposing that God is the one playing all the parts, that God is the child being burned to death with napalm. There is no victim except the victor. All the different roles which are being experienced, all the different feelings which are being felt by the one who originally desires, decides, wills to go into that very situation.
Good days start with homemade breakfast sandwiches. Technically, so can bad days. But come on, how can you have a bad day after eating bacon and eggs smothered in Land O'Lakes cheese? Eat it like you own it.
Curiously enough, there's something parallel to this in Christianity. Very few people know about it. There's a passage in St. Paul's epistle to the Philippians in which he says a very curious thing. He says, "Let this mind be in you, which was also in Christ Jesus, who, being in the form of God, did not think identity with God a thing to be clung to, but humbled himself, and made himself of no reputation, and was found in fashion as a man, and became obedient to death, even to the death of the cross." You see, here you have exactly the same process. The idea of God becoming human, suffering all that human beings can suffer, even death. And St. Paul is saying, let this mind be in you. That is to say, let the same kind of consciousness be in you that was in Jesus Christ. Okay, Jesus Christ knew he was God. Wake up and find out eventually who you really are. Well, in our culture, of course, they'll say you're crazy or you're blasphemous, and they'll either put you in jail or in the nut house, which is the same thing. But if you wake up in India and you tell your friends and relations, my goodness, I've just discovered that I'm God, they'll laugh and say, oh, congratulations. At last you found out.